Okay, we should be live. All right. Stuff's looking good. I see some audio levels. See myself on Twitch. All right. Everything is looking good. All right. Wow. We are live. Feels like it's been a while. Feels like it's been quite a long time. But we did have a stream on Tuesday. I don't know what it was. Something about this past week felt really long. I don't know. Just felt like I haven't streamed in months. Not exactly months, but. All right. Well, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, if anyone's showing up this early. I better plug a message over on Discord real quick. Announcements. We are late this morning. We're 30 minutes late almost. I'll round up to 30 minutes. We're live, a tad late, but still live on Twitch. I already said on Twitch that is ... I'm going to say the exact same thing I've already said before. And then we'll post the... There we go. Wow. All right. Okay. I think we got... All right, I don't know what the deal is with Luna. Because there's like all these accounts that start with Luna that keep following. I don't know what... I don't know what the deal is. Luna TT 9393 followed 2 days ago. Luna Both 2 has followed 3 days ago. And I've seen multiple Luna things offline follow. So I don't know what the deal is with Luna. Lost in Mind. Well, I mean, I guess thank you for the follow, Luna. It's just a little weird that I keep getting different accounts with Luna in it following offline. I'll say that, but maybe there's something I'm missing, something I don't understand. It's always a possibility. I am kind of a Twitch boomer. Just a boomer in general, I think. Lost in Mind is followed as well. I think that was offline, maybe. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe I thanked Lost in Mind. But Lost in Mind, thanks for the follow. Lost in Mind's also a familiar name too, so that's... I don't know, everything's familiar though these days, you know? You know what I mean? All right, well... Yeah, I kind of had to kind of snap back into it because I've been thinking about Populus a little bit this past week. Not working on it at all, just thinking a little bit about what's kind of the best thing to push forward and kind of how, because I'm just really not happy with how things look, you know? So that's kind of a thing, but that I got to figure out. But what we started working on last stream was kind of this portrait mode support. Like we actually got something of a portrait mode, so you can play like this, and then when the screen kind of switches to being taller than it is wide, the elements flip over. So, you know, you could kind of have some mobile support here. And this thing flips sideways, which is pretty nice. I think it's a little weird maybe that it goes this way. It feels like it should probably go this way. don't know, though. We read English, you read left to right. So it does kind of feel like, okay, I go here first, then here, then here. Right? Am I right? I don't know. It feels like it should go, like it should, things should go out to this right corner here. Like this goes up to the, on the top right. It feels like this should, green should be here. And when I pop green, it should go this way. I don't. Let's play big portrait mode here real quick. Just see how this feels. I didn't even do this last time. And I've got like a 300-second timer on right now for the. Oh, yeah. The thing doesn't start until we move the screen, so I got to fix that. Is it just me, or does it feel small? That is too small. We got to look at percentages here because not. All right, hang on. I got to look at this real quick. So, first things first, it doesn't, if you start in portrait mode, this doesn't start up at the top. So we got to fix that. I got to measure. We got to get some percentages here. Let's see here. And then, all right, and then we're going to go here, and we're going to also, does it need to be that big? Let's maybe make it smaller. There we go. Uh-oh. GIMP's not happy right now. Man, I've never had GIMP go non-responsive before. All right, let's try this again here. All right, we did this. That's a screenshot. We go here. Okay, there we go. All right, canvas to layers. There we go. All right, let's see what's going on. Okay. All right, so, oh, I guess I should move this over, huh? So from the outer edge here of our circle, yeah, more or less on the outer edge, we are at 511 pixels wide. So 511. And then we're going to go up to this. 511 wide and 202 wide. So I guess we'll do 511 over 202. So it's 2.52 times bigger. This thing is 2.52 times bigger than the width between these two, the width of our play area, that is. So that feels small, basically. So again, we got that here, 2.52. We're going to bring up another scientific calc. And we are going to now look at the other screenshot here. Again, we don't care about pixels. We care about the percentage. Okay, so we'll line that up there and that there. Okay, so how tall are we here? 601. So we're going to do 601 divided by... Okay, let's get her in there nice and tight. All right. Look at that. Beautiful. Okay, so 289. 601 divided by 289 equals 2.079. Yeah, we got a problem here. Oh, you know what? You know what it is? The play area is scaled up. When you go to portrait mode, I scale the play area up a little bit. So the ratio I have for the actual game, for landscape mode, is the diameter of this is supposed to be 70% of the screen, of the height of the screen. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure I have it specified by radius. So the radius is 35% of the height of the screen. But when we do portrait mode, I make it like 40%. So we should also scale this up 40%, I guess. You know what? I should probably just have like one multiplier somewhere where I could say like portrait multiplier, and then it scales everything up some certain percentage when you. So if you can tell, like the amount of white space relative, the percentage of white space on the top and bottom of this circle is a lot more in landscape than when you go portrait. So if we go portrait, it's really tight. See that? I think I go like 40 or 45% per the radius. So 90. What's 45 plus 45? 80, 90. Whoops. So, gotta zoom in here so you guys can see this. Maybe not that much. Okay. Where are we? Come on. Can never remember where any of these things are stored. This is our config file. This is where all our constants are. And it's somewhat organized. Okay, play. Yes, here we go. 4.425% of the width of the screen. Or not 0.425%, 42.5% of the radius of the width of the width of the screen. 42.5% is what the radius should be of the width of the screen. That's how far our radius is. So double that. We go 42.5. Oh boy, 42.5 times 2. 85. Okay, so this thing is 85% of the width of the screen. So we've got a little 7.5% of the screen on this side, 7.5% of the screen on that side. Because on the reason why I did that is because portrait on phones, I wanted this to be like a little wider, just for like, you know, playing with your thumbs kind of thing. Like I would like this to be almost, you know, full wide. Yeah, so this kind of works. But the problem is these other UI elements don't scale up. Blue! Welcome, Blue Exabyte. What's going on? Good to see you. Oh, dang. Mobile Populus. Well, here's the thing. I never wanted to support mobile. My stance at the beginning was like, I'm not going to do it. And I still might get rid of it. If it ends up being, because, well, I want to try it at least. I want to at least make it playable on mobile. That's kind of what I want to do. I'm doing good, man. How are you? I'm doing pretty well. I'm doing pretty well. Yeah, I've had not really a crazy week since the last stream on Tuesday, but it just, for whatever reason, it feels like I haven't streamed in ages. I don't know why. Yeah, I think it'd be fun to see how fast you can tap. Might end up breaking the records. Yeah, I mean, in what I've been able to do so far with on my phone, I'm pretty fast. I am pretty fast, so it will be it'll be interesting to see. Okay, let's go to I'm gonna load this up on my phone actually, right now. Okay, that doesn't work. And I made a couple other optimizations on the phone as well. Oh boy. You know what? The bubbles are too small for phone. And some people's phones are definitely going to have issues with this. Like I have a Google Pixel 3 XL. So it's big, and I assume it's got a lot of whatever the touch sensor array is. I don't know about I know I'm a computer enthusiast, hardware enthusiast, but I don't really follow phone stuff that much. Phones do not really interest me at all. I mean, obviously I like the technology, but phone to me is basically a flashlight, Google anywhere. That's probably pretty much it. Being able to Google things somewhere outside. That's pretty much what a phone is for me. All right, so let me do a one-on-one. Let's do a one-on-one here. Ooh, actually, I don't know what's gonna happen if I do. I'm gonna do a one-on-one. I'm gonna play. I have my phone. I'm gonna play on my phone, and I'm gonna pull this one up here, so you'll be able to see about how fast I'm moving. So we're gonna bring our match time length back. All right, down to 30. Whoops. Or we're gonna have. Oh my! What? There we go. Okay, 30 seconds. We're back to 30 seconds. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. All right, here we go. Okay. All right, so I'm going to play here, and then I'm going to play on my phone. Whoops. What in the world's going on? Okay. All right, I got to rotate. Hang on, I got to rotate the phone because portrait mode doesn't work. Now, here we go. You'll be able to see the little red dot on top moving about how fast I'm moving there. Obviously, it's only going to go 20 bubbles. Oof. And I don't see the timer or anything right now in portrait mode on my phone. 58. All right, let's retry. Really quick, I just want to give this another go here. We gotta fix that. Okay, now we're going. It's kind of hard because your thumbs are in the way. So that, oof. Yeah, and I feel like feel like the size of the bubbles is too small. Too small. Okay. 53. Carl Werner. What's going on, Carl Werner? Good to see you. Never mind. I think you could neglect small mobile sizes. I'm being kind of lazy about making applications responsive. Kodako. Welcome, Kodako. What's going on? 50. I'm gonna drop the phone. Okay. Oh man, I forgot to charge my phone earlier this morning. All right. Well, I don't need to test anymore right now. Carl, is it too small? Well, so what I was saying, maybe you heard this before, Carl. Oh, my phone. The phone, I mean, my phone is a good, I have the Google Pixel 3 XL, so it's you know, the 5.7 inch phone, so it's like 5.7, I think. So it's hefty, I'll say. And I made it so that, you know, the play area is like a little bit bigger. But let's turn on the mobile thing, the mobile view, this device view. Oh yeah, here we are. Pixel 2 XL they've got. Okay, so yeah, obviously it looks awful in here, but if we do, I don't know. It's kind of small. How do I flip like horizontal? Oh, here we go. There we go. So this is like a little too small. Oh boy. We got rid of the double tap zoom though. We did get rid of the double tap zoom. That was like one line of CSS. We've incremented our total CSS that we use by like 20% just by adding that one little style point in there. I think we had to do this guy. Touch dash action manipulation on the I did that on the body. But if we get rid of this, I just want to make sure. If I get rid of this and then we go back to this little guy. Yeah, now the double tap zoom is going, which adds it adds 300 milliseconds of delay. So that's awful, obviously. So every tap was like super delayed, which just felt obviously terrible on phone. For a game like Populus, feels terrible. All right, so for whatever reason, I can see. Oh, I got to refresh. There we go. Practice. Ah. Whoa. What's going on here? It's like really delayed. What? Everything is screwed up now. I feel like mobile has a completely different game flow. Yeah, and that's kind of. I don't get the bubble preview above for some reason though. Oh yeah, Kodako. That's what I'm working on right now. So yeah, that's not live. The bubble's above. That is only in my current. That's kind of what we're working on at this exact moment. So yeah, live site right here, populus.gg. Yeah, it doesn't do anything for you. Just kind of. Well, the thing is, I don't know. We could go like 100% maybe. We could do like on 100% thing. Let me try that real quick. Let me try 100%, and then I'm going to pull it up on my phone. So that means going down to this. Okay, so pixel, radius, pixel scale of canvas width. That's such a stupid name. But we're going to make this 0.5. So that means the radius of the play area circle is now 50% of the screen, of the width of the screen. So the circle, when we go portrait mode, will fit now, like, you know, right at the edge. See that? So whenever you're in portrait, the circle is going to be tight up to the edge. I want to see how that feels, because that's going to scale. That in turn scales the size of these bubbles up. So let me try that real quick. Whoops. No, wrong one here. Okay. There we go. All right. So I'm just going to practice quick. All right, this is a lot better. I am thinking of getting rid of the boundary circle too at some point. Yeah, this is a lot better now. So everything's scaled up like 15% now. Sorry, you guys obviously don't see what I'm doing, but I'm playing with the border circle just right up there tight on the edge of the phone screen. And I'm already thinking of like getting rid of the border circle, because it's really not that. I think it looks kind of funny graphically, and it's not really like a challenge. Like, you're not like, oh, I better make sure I stay inside of the boundary, the border. That's not really a thing. So, yeah, I don't know what I was going to say, but. All right, so let's fix. Yeah, right now we're gonna do 100% because it looks bad, but I think we're gonna do that, and we're probably gonna go live with that. How do I do the pixel? Okay, Pixel 2 XL. What's like a normal? A lot of phones have like a 16:9, or I should say 9:16 aspect ratio, right? Because like a lot of phones now have the notch, so they like give you this extra screen real estate up top. Is there a reason people get all bent out of shape about the notch on phones? Like, I don't get it. Because to me, it's like when I flip my phone sideways, the notch is blacked out. See that? That black bar there is where the notch is on my phone. When you go like this, there the notch appears. When you go like this, why do people get all bent out of shape about phone notches? Because you've got a 16:9 space inside of the notch. I think just the fact that there's a black bar. Well, yeah, but look at this. Okay, but look at my whole phone here. The whole thing is 16:9 inside of, so there's the actual bottom black bar, so that's not screen. I've got an OLED, the Pixel 2 XL has an OLED screen, so the black is literally black and off, so it's hard to tell what's not. So you see the two black bars. This bottom bar is actually not, the bottom black bar there is actually not screen at all. This here is the screen with the notch kind of taken out, right? But then look, there's the gray home button bar there. And then inside of that is your 16:9 window, probably. So like, I don't get, or maybe, because like if you're watching movies, 16:9, whatever, like then it fits. That's like the max it would fit. You don't get a wider screen just because there's more screen vertically. Like that, I don't get it. I think people just want the whole screen, no black bars. I guess. But what is, see, look, I'm even like, all right, we're gonna screen grab this guy. So this is a Pixel 2 XL, right? So assuming there should be a notch here, I guess, but maybe not. But this is obviously way more than 16 by 9. So canvas to layers. 2 new layer. There we go. See, look at this. I'm just gonna. Okay, 16 over 9 is like 1.7777778. Yeah. I'm a little bit of a screen nerd. That's why I knew that, okay? I'm not just some uber smart person. Math is not even really my forte. All right, so I'm seriously like, okay, so what are we at here wide? 411. Okay, 411. So 411 times 1.777777778. We'll just throw an 8 on there at the end. 730 pixels, all right? So this is 9 by 16. 730. Oh boy. Oh, I did the wrong thing. Oh my goodness. Wait, what was it again? 713? 730. 730. Look at that. That is 9 by 16. I don't care if there's a notch right here. Like, look at all this extra vertical space that I have. Durana goes on a rant about notches. I don't get why people hate the notch. Like, yes, I understand, but it's like on the phone, your phone's vertical most of the time, and you throw your notifications up there on the side of the notch, right? Maybe phones have more egregious notches. But, like, would you rather just have the entire screen, like, down so that your camera fits on the top? You know what I mean? Like, then just, instead of a notch, how about you just have just have way less screen? That seems like the solution to me. Like, I think of it as, like, adding screen where there otherwise wouldn't be screen. I don't know. All right, I'm sorry to But there's a notch right here, right? So there's supposed to be a notch. Oh. All right. I'm done with this. No more GIMP. We're good. Yeah, too much rant about notches. And I like to watch Linus Tech Tips. Follow various other tech YouTubers. Again, I said I'm a PC hardware enthusiast. You know, I like computers. And I hear Linus complain about the notch a lot of times, as if it's like an egregious thing. And I'm like, I don't get it. Like, Linus, of all people, should understand where I'm coming from, too. Like, because I feel like complaining about the notch is kind of like a superficial thing. Like, when you at first glance, oh yeah, it looks like there's this big thing cutting out screen real estate. But all right, we're done. We're done here. We're done. Rant over. All right. Okay, so we switched to this 50% pixel scale thing. Right back into, see how I can transition from that rant about nothing important into the back into this? Okay, so, oh yeah, I was going to use my phone to look at this real quick. Or we were in, yeah, because I think we need to, like, and this is where things are starting to get a little bit nastier now, because my logic, okay, so the logic I added to switch between portrait and, let's just open this one here. The logic I added to switch between portrait and, did we go back to, we went back to 30, okay, I'm going to go back to 30,000 milliseconds here, or 300,000 milliseconds, I mean. So 300 seconds, okay. Just so we have enough time to look at stuff without things resetting. So basically what I did to make this thing work, to make our little navigation meter thing work, is I basically flipped like the X and Y coordinates. That's pretty much all I did. Like, so when it's in portrait mode, flip X and Y coordinates. So I've got a bunch of if statements, which is a little nasty. Not a bunch, a few if statements to kind of like just, instead of assigning that calculated value to X, we assign it to Y or whatever now, right? Or I should say, instead of to Y, we assign it to X. Because these things don't move along the X-axis when you're in portrait mode, but when you're in landscape mode, but when you're in portrait mode, they don't. They all share the same X-axis or Y-axis now. Problem is, like their sizes don't change, but the size of our play area is changing, right? We're making this bigger relative to the size of the screen or whatever. So like here, this thing is 70% of the height of the screen, but when we go to portrait mode, this thing is now 100% the size of the screen. So basically this whole bad boy here gets scaled up, but our navigation meter doesn't. So now this thing feels really tiny, and like I don't want it to be too small and out of the way, right? Like I want this to be prominent when you play. Isn't there a way to see, doesn't it? Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, I thought when you had the console open, it tells you the pixel size. I was almost thinking of adding that as like a feature into like the game itself. Whenever you resize the window, show the pixel size. Because I thought people might even get like kind of crazy about this game like that. Like I kind of do. Like I want to know like, okay, how many pixels am I dealing with here? Because like I've got a 1440p screen and a 1080p screen. And like if I full screen on the 1080p screen, sometimes I want to put it here, but I don't want to full screen on the 1440p screen because that's just way more pixels, way more mouse travel, right? Because I'm used to like my mouse sensitivity at 1080p here. So I was like thinking of like having like a little thing to even show that like in game, you know, so you'd have just your in-game pixel size, window size show up. So anyway, I still might do that. We still might do that. So what was I going to do? Can't remember. All right, we go. You know what? I undid a bunch of things. I used to have this thing kind of slaved to the size of this, and I undid all of that. And now, hey, why isn't this at, this should be at 300 seconds now. There, no, what? I changed it to 300 seconds. What? Something like cached or what? What's going on here? Isn't this 300 seconds? Oh, that's the reconnect interval. Okay, that's, okay, that's, yeah, I don't want to change that. All right, that was the wrong thing to change. I think it's up here. Yes, here we go. All right. I don't know what I was going to say. I don't know. I got to tinkle though. Bathroom break. First bathroom break in the stream. We almost made it 40 minutes before having a bathroom break. So I appreciate you guys. I'm not going to talk anymore. Notepad Zoom. Notepad Zoom. That is seriously the best thing I've ever. The best thing about this stream is having some Notepad Zoom. All right, we'll be right back. 2 seconds. Woo! We are back. All right. I grabbed a little snack when I was up there, I'll admit. It's not quite lunchtime yet, but wanted to get a little snack to give me some energy here. So I had some peanuts, and I could feel some peanuts stuck between my front, top, middle teeth. Still stuck. Gonna have to bust out the toothpick. Okay, so it's dinner time though, Kodako. Yeah, I know. I'm a little behind, let's just say. Nice. All right. Kodako, how's Speed Typer doing these days? Okay, I can't. All right, first things first, let's fix that. If you start in portrait mode, the navigation meter doesn't work, right? So you start here, navigation meter's on the left, on the right, right? But if we switch to like portrait mode and then you do a practice, the navigation meter starts on this side still until you like move it. Then it snaps up here. So we should fix that first. That's a good starting thing to fix. Something I should actually get done today. It's doing pretty good. Got some profile pages going, but development is slow at the moment. I feel ya. I feel the exact same way, Kodako. Feels like I'm just scraping along, doing these little piddly things, and like not really getting a lot done. I'm a little burnt out on it at the moment. Yeah. No, I'm feeling kind of the same way too. I have a lot more stuff I need to do, but I feel like picking up something else soon as well. I don't know. I keep saying I feel the same way, but I keep thinking more and more about my other game that I want to work on. That's kind of like my next. It's more serious than Populus. It's more of a serious project than Populus. And I'm at the point where I'm kind of like, I just kind of want to like finish Populus, right? But it just feels like I'm not happy with it. But yeah, I don't know. All right, so there's always just like a million things you could work on, and like a million things that could change, and like there's so many things, so many variables. Okay, so why do I have this open? That's there, yep. I mean, a project is not 100% finished like ever. Yeah, exactly. But get it to a state you can release it. Yeah, exactly. And like that was kind of my thing, and then take a break. Yeah. Well, that might be like yeah, I mean, that might be kind of my thing with Populus is like just get it kind of to the point I want, and then I'm too much. I'm such a perfectionist though, because there's like so many things that like I should just brush away. And like I'm glad that I have it up live, like that people can actually play. Like that's a huge step. That was a huge step for me. And getting the multiplayer done, like that was the next huge step. So it's like it's really great that that stuff is out there right now. But it's kind of like, yeah, there's like I'm just not happy with a lot of things. Obviously, you're never going to be really happy with anything. That's why there's a director's cut of like every movie. Because they're like, this is the slightly more version that I like than the one we actually released in theaters. All right, so all right. Okay, so the nav meter somehow always gets initialized on the incorrect way. So that must be in here, in the create method here. Yes, because we've got some hard-coded things here that need to be flipped. We set an X. Actually, this might be the only thing we need to change. Maybe just this X position here that gets calculated. Because everything else in here just might... Ooh. No, never mind. Okay, this... Dim. Okay, we're almost kind of there. I just thought about something. You know what would be cool? Instead of these bubbles sliding up, why doesn't this should just pop and match the pop of that bubble? And then like the rest will slide up. Like these ones will always slide up, but when you pop green should just explode the same way that this bubble explodes. Spit on the screen. Sound effects. We'll have at some point. All right. I still got that peanut stuck between my two upper middle teeth. It's starting to get on my nerve. You ever just have like a piece of food stuck in your teeth? Like usually like it's a meat. You got it stuck wedged in there real good. And like instead of just getting a toothpick or flossing or whatever, maybe you're at work or something, you know, well, I haven't been at work physically at work in almost a year now. But whenever you're like somewhere, you go out to lunch, you get a piece of beef stuck in your tooth, right? Or chicken or something. You're just digging at it with your tongue, trying to get it out. And your tongue's just like raw and all tired out and you like never get it. That's the worst. That's the worst. That's all I wanted to say was that that's the worst. Okay, so we renamed some things around here, which is good. So I'm in my create method for the navigation meter, so that is this thing. So the problem is the code that sets all of this up is kind of wrong to start. But I think we might be able to... Yeah, so we set up the dimensions for each bubble. And then in the resizing function, we handle all we do the landscape orientation, blah, 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 blah. We assign things through that. You know what? It'd be maybe nicer to do like a conditional operator in here to make this just shorter. I don't know. Who cares? Okay. Wait a minute. Oh, that's the okay. I'm getting a little chilly here. Hang on. I'm in full gray uniform today. How's that? All right. Okay, I don't actually non-prop dimpose. What does that even mean? I remember doing this, and picking the name and being like, yeah, non-prop b.pose.x non-prop. If we're in landscape, X. Oh, okay. That's yes. These names. Okay, so the amount of bubble. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. Create. Okay, so we need to do this first one based upon all right, so I'm going to do landscape orientation, question mark. We're going to do a little conditional operator here. We'll do this. Oh, I guess I can do that. Else. Else. We'll do something else with a question mark or with a comma there. Okay, so then else would be offset X ratio. All right, so let me look up here at that thing. Non-dim. All right, so I'm actually going to take, oh boy. I'm going to copy these two lines down here real quick. Okay. All right, there we go. So we've got a X ratio times that. All right, so I'm going to replace this right here. So X equals that. Otherwise, X is going to equal 0, and then Y is going to equal this other thing. And maybe I could kind of line these up like that a little bit more. Oh, actually. Yeah, actually, I'm going to do it that way. Okay. All right, so now we got ourselves a start here. So the Y, the position, the axis, whatever, that doesn't change, that should be good now. So the only other thing is we need to, yeah, so this is a problem. We're assigning something to y right away. And like maybe I could do const dim prop equals landscape orientation y. I don't know if this is a good idea. Else x, and then we do like this. Dim prop. Calculate the diameters of the visible. Okay, and then wherever we talk about y, dim. Okay, so here we do another y. Orient the dim values. Nav meter y offset. So nav meter dimension, nav meter offset. Maybe we can just call that nav meter. This would also be now dim prop. And then is there other y stuff? Doesn't look like it. Invis y. Guess we'll call this invis dim. Why is that? Actually, dim plus nav meter y offset. Finally set the first unpopped and invisible. Invis dim. Call it invis dim. And this is going to be invis dim. Oh, okay. We've got a couple height things here. That's kind of a problem. I guess I need to do const screen dim equals landscape orientation. It's going to be this. Else canvas wrapper.ctx.canvas.height. Oh, width. All right. So I can replace all of these with that. And this. And this. And there's one more thing. There's somewhere where I use y again. Okay, so we've got nav. We'll call this nav meter y offset. I guess we can just say dim offset. All right, and in theory, this should do the trick. Let's find out. All right, so we'll just do a normal landscape mode here. Nope. Landscape orientation is not defined. Yeah, I probably needed to do, yeah, oh no, canvas wrapper dot sizes dot. No, it's a top level thing, right? Isn't that what it is? Canvas wrapper dot. Yeah, okay. Hopefully that's all I used it for. There we go. Practice, landscape. Nope. Landscape orientation is not defined. Did I not refresh? Nav meter 158. Did I really not refresh? Nav meter 158. 158. 158. Oh. Canvas wrapper dot landscape orientation. Actually, here's what I'm going to do. Instead of doing another check, we're going to come up here. We're just going to do an if. We're going to do a big if. Big fat if right here. Okay, so if landscape. Oh, hang on a sec. Hang on a second. All right, so we're going to do all of our landscape checks right up here. So we're going to do if canvas wrapper dot landscape orientation. So if we're in landscape mode, else we're in portrait mode. Okay, so I need to do some lets because we're going to reassign these. So we're going to have a screen dim. We're going to have a dim prop. I'm going to get rid of this position actually now. What we're going to do, first things, oh no, wait a minute. Hang on. Nah, we need to do it this way up here. So we're going to let screen dim. So screen dim is going to equal, we're going to do a screen dim assignment here, and we're going to do a dim prop assignment. Screen dim assignment. And a dim prop assignment. I guess I'm technically adding more lines of code here, but, I mean, we're minimizing. Calculations, I guess. Okay, then this is Y. Oh boy. And this is, I guess I'll just type this. All right. In theory, we're good now. Let's see what we got. 3, 2, 1. Screen dim is not defined. I was supposed to do let screen dim prop. There we go. All right, everything is good. We flipped to portrait mode. Nothing changed with that technically. So let's just do that. Let's refresh. Ooh boy. We're gonna practice and we're gonna shrink to portrait mode real quick. Oh boy. Did I not get that in? Oh boy. Why is that so wrong? Okay, that's right. Oh, I must have just straight up screwed up. Man, I must have screwed this up somehow. Finally set the first one. So it's the setup that's wrong when it's portrait mode. So I must have just fat fingered something, I guess. So I guess, is this it? No, this should be fine. Because the 1 is fine. If we do, let's just see what happens if I do this. All right, so that just starts at 0. Yeah, it's offset a bunch. Okay, so the 0, it's not this thing. It's our actual, there must be like another height multiplication or something that I'm doing. Ah, here we go. Orient the dim values. Okay, half. Okay, so I need another variable up here that we're going to call half. Screen half dim. And then we're going to do, let's move this down one here. Dot half height. And we're going to go down here, and this is going to be half width. Canvas wrapper dot half width. Okay. Canvas wrapper half height. Okay, and then nav meter height. I guess nav meter size is what we need to call this now. Maybe I could just keep it as height. Well, no, that's kind of confusing. Nav meter. We'll just say nav meter length. How about that? Find nav meter height, rename with nav meter length, because length is kind of a little ambiguous, which is kind of what we want, nav meter length. All right, and I think we've gotten it. There we go. Okay. Golden. Beautiful. That's awesome. All right. What are we printing? Wonderful. Dropping the raid. Wonderful. Thanks. Appreciate it. Always do. What's going on? It didn't jingle. I didn't hear a jingle with that raid. My speakers are on. I just happened to be kind of looking over here when I saw the chat thing pop up. Or I saw the thing in the chat. But I didn't hear a jingle. Sorry, Wonderful. I wish you would have got a jingle. How was the stream, Wonderful? What were you working on? More 1 hour, 1 life stuff, or playing games or something like that? Maybe everybody left and the alerts didn't see enough. I've seen the alerts with people that like host with just 1 viewer or raid with just 1 viewer, so I don't know. Sometimes some raids just don't pop up, I've noticed, so I don't know what the deal is. It could be just Streamlabs, I guess, not picking it up. Who knows? Ooh, okay. Actually, let's... Wait, did I get rid of this now? Or no, wait, I was going to get... Okay, here we go. We're getting rid of this. There we go. We don't need that anymore. Let's close this. All right, so we're here. Oh, boy. I thought we just fixed this. What in the world? Portrait mode. Wait a minute. Okay, portrait mode is fine. And when you go out here now, it's fine. Did I do... Wait a minute. I bet you I know what I... No. Screen half dim. Oh, look at this. Hang on. Wait a minute. There's a half width there. That's not good. Screen half dim. How is this not being used anywhere? I must have did a wrong find and replace. Maybe that's what this is. Orient the dim. Yes. That was probably the only place. Okay, I must have just fat fingered or fat whatever. Okay, so here. Now we're here. Okay, now that looked right. We start. There we go. We start in portrait mode. And we're good. Okay. Beautiful. Related to the map, but I'm working on setting caching properties right now. S3 plus CloudFront turns out to be really painful. Gotcha. Gotcha. Nice. Yes, responsiveness. Yeah, I'm trying to get, well, so what I'm trying to do right now is just make it work a little. So right now, it's supposed to be just kind of nasty for the moment. But I want to just have the game be playable in portrait mode on mobile is kind of the idea. I still, my approach originally was like, I'm not going to worry about mobile at all, but I kind of want to just try it. So I want to at least make it just playable at portrait mode, because if you're at the current live populus.gg right now, and you do a game, there's no portrait mode at all, right? It's just this thing. And that's pretty much it. So obviously when you're playing portrait mode on a phone, the screen looks like this. You can't really play because you can't really see what bubble you're supposed to pop. So now at least we've got this thing like rotating, and right now the circle goes all the way to the width of the screen. When you flip kind of the portrait to portrait, there's like a hard snap, which I don't really like, but whatever. And that's just to give you like a little more, to make the whole thing a little bigger for mobile. I mean, I guess you could play portrait on... You know what? Let's figure out a 16:9 ratio here real quick. Okay, so what if for 1,000 pixels tall? That's not what I want to do. 9 divided by 16. 0.5625. Okay, so I want to do 0.5625 times 1,007. 566. Okay, that's about 16:9. Okay, so if somebody's playing, I want to make it look good on a phone and good on somebody playing like maybe full screen portrait. Full screen portrait wouldn't quite be 16:9 because you got the header, but right now I've got a full 9:16. Okay, so I just wanted to know like how much vertical space I've got to play with here, because I want to make this thing like bigger. Yeah. All right, I'm going to take another quick bathroom break. I know. We just took one. We took one 40 minutes ago, about, right? We took one at 40 minutes into the stream. And now we're an hour 20 into the stream. It's about another 40 minutes. That's not bad. Those of you trying to say I've got an overactive bladder. All right, I did make more coffee though, so I got to get some. So, all right, we'll be right back. Woo! We are back. All right. I didn't give Wondables raid the demonstration of the game. I haven't even done that yet. So if anyone's here, oh my goodness. If anyone is here who's never been here before, doesn't know who I am, doesn't know anything, I'll give the little demo of the game here. So my name's Jared. I go by Giranosaur on Twitch. Or Girana. I was actually thinking about maybe just shortening it to Girana. Giranosaur, that name's pretty old now. 10 plus years old. And I don't like the soar. I thought it was cool back 10 years ago, but I don't know. I don't know about today. It feels a little... Anyway. What are we working on? We're working on my game. It's called Populus. You can actually play it right now. Populus.gg. Throw it down there in the chat. Populus.gg. It's a game where you pop bubbles. So basically, you can play one-on-one. If you hit the play button, it'll queue you up for a one-on-one match. So I'm sitting here finding an opponent, waiting for an opponent. I've got the ability to practice while I wait. Otherwise, there's just a practice button here. So you can click the practice button, and then basically you got 30 seconds, it's your timer here, to pop as many of these bubbles as possible. But they have to be popped in order. So they're always going to be, the bubble you're always trying to pop matches this color here. So you're going to pop this bubble, and then subsequently these other bubbles are going to kind of be in order. So you hover your mouse over the bubble, you left click or you hit the space bar, that pops the bubble. And you just keep going. Just let her rip, pop as many bubbles as you can, as fast as you can. It's pretty much all there is right now. Wonderful. Multiplayer focus now. I mean, the multiplayer right now is, yeah, I mean, so it's a one-on-one, right? You're one-on-one racing someone with the same, you're popping your own copies of the same bubbles, basically, right? So it's kind of a fair matchup between the two players. Whether or not it's, like, I wanted it to be kind of a one-on-one game, but honestly, like, I find myself just kind of trying to see how fast I can go kind of on my own. I mean, maybe if we can get some more players to play, because currently people really only play when I'm streaming for the most part. If we can get, I mean, I tend to just kind of, you know, play on my own solo for the most part. And right now we've got a leaderboard that kind of has the top records. This will fit 10 records. And the leaderboard will get blown out anytime I reboot the server or whatever. It's not really meant to be a major leaderboard, I guess. Significant, you know, not meant to be a long-lasting leaderboard. But these only, you only get on the leaderboard if you do the normal play. Which, I don't know. My original goal was to have there be like a ranking for the one-on-one, and I still kind of want to do that, like an ELO ranking, like in chess, because one-on-one's really easy to do, like a ranking kind of thing, right? There's just a ELO's equation for calculating like a rank is pretty straightforward. So that would be kind of cool to do. But I don't know. The one-on-one aspect of the game is just not super interactive. Between the two players don't really interact. Like, they kind of just race each other. So it's not so much like a interesting duel, you know, as far as one-on-one goes. So I don't know. I don't know how I want to, I kind of am on the fence about how I want to change things or how I want to do things, but we'll see. All right, so shifting back here to portrait mode. What did we say we were? Okay, so at 1007 pixels, 566 pixels is about a normal. Okay, so that's about a 9 by 16 screen. So we've got all this space up here. You know what? We do have some variables that we can tweak that are just for portrait mode. Let's check that out real quick here. So we've got nav meter. We should have an X offset. Okay, so added to the center X in landscape orientation, subtracted off the center Y in portrait orientation. Yes, so we can tweak this. Okay, so we can do... Ooh. I forgot what that equation was to do that. But I kind of don't care. I had some equation to figure this out, and I don't remember what it was. I remember I spent a bunch of time trying to figure out how to make it work. Bubble count, bubble radius ratio. Yeah, we need to Okay, so I want to tweak this thing here. We're going to make this like 0.574 subtracted off center. So this needs to be like bigger. So like, let's try like let's just try 0.75 and see what happens here. So if I do that, okay, that, all right, I don't want to have to, all right, I need to move, hang on, I need to move the play button in on the main menu. That's what I need to do. Screen dim. We did that. That's kind of nice, but it would be nice to like maybe. I guess let's just move this out. No, I need this open. Need that open. Okay, so 566. 566. That's about our number there. Okay, so I want to bring this. Okay, 566. So we don't want 0.75 quite. Maybe 0.65. So 566. All right, that's a little better there. Cool. All right, so all right, this is, yeah, I think this is looking pretty good. I want to look at, yeah, who cares about this? Because stuff's gonna have to shift around anyway. So who really cares? All right, sorry, I'm thinking out loud a little bit right there. Okay, so I want to do bubble radius ratio. Why did I spell it like that? Let's go to nav meter and do bubble. finally set the first. Okay. Bubble radius ratio. Okay, so that should be in. Okay, so that's not in there at all. It's in here though. Radius ratio. Bubble radius ratio. All right, so I think we're gonna do this. Bubble R ratio. And then if we're in, so bubble R ratio equals, I'm going to get rid of this. Okay, so we've got a variable called bubble R ratio now, and we're going to do the R ratio. Okay, that changes, right? Okay, beautiful. So bubble R ratio is going to equal config dot, oh my goodness, config dot nav meter, nope, dot match dot nav meter dot bubble radius. Okay, so I'm going to change these up here a bit. I'm going to change this up a bit. We're going to have bubble radius ratio, but I'm going to change it to, instead of radius, I'm going to just say R. I don't know why I spelled out radius the whole way, because that's really annoying. So we're going to say bubble R, bubble, and this will be bubble landscape R ratio, and then we're going to do bubble portrait R ratio. Okay, and then in here, I'm going to specify, so bubble landscape R ratio, and then down here, we're basically going to duplicate this line, but it's going to be bubble portrait. Oh my goodness, portrait. Oh, what in the world? I can't hit the tab key. Does anyone else have issues hitting the tab key? Or am I just an idiot? Bubble portrait R ratio. Okay, beautiful. All right, so now we've got interdependence between landscape and portrait mode. Neris, hello. What's going on, Neris? Welcome. Good to see you. Okay, so now let's crank this bad boy up to 0.075 maybe. We're going to crank her up until she breaks. That doesn't really make any sense. Bubble portrait. Okay, this is so annoying. Okay, I really got to fix the main menu now, because I'm just getting, oh, that's looking good. That's looking good. Yeah. Okay, so 655. That's about 9 by 16, right? That's looking good. I think that's looking good. But now we've got this total like interdependence between, you know what? It should almost be bigger. Look at how big it is here. What? That's not right. There's something wrong about that. Well, no, okay, hang on. It's not exactly a fair. Is this seems bigger. Am I Yeah, something got screwed up. Look at this. Look at how small that. Okay. I think I hear a mouse in my ceiling. Look at that. Okay, so look at the relative sizes when I switch. So this is the live version right now. Live. Whatever this is. Live. This. What? Did I change? Maybe I changed this from what's in production right now. I guess I have to look at my bundled code here real quick. Ooh, we're looking right at it. Bubble rate and bubble. What was it called? Bubble R radius. No. I guess I have to look at nav meter dot. Oof, that's not gonna. What's the old name of this? Any new records? No. As of right now, I don't. Trioxky, I don't think Trioxky has played. Trioxky's the one who sets all the records. For sure. On the leaderboard right now, this is me up there with 118 and 3. So Trioxky has not played since the last stream, I don't think. In like a week. So I pushed a new version of Populus last week. Yeah. So that's kind of the deal. All right, so this is totally a weird thing right now. Yeah, those are bigger now, and I don't know why. Let me do a search in this bundle here for 0.061, because if there's not a 0.061 stat white space, okay, so there happens to be a 0.061, but I think that's just a coincidence. That's the only 0.061. All right, so man, I changed a value. You know what? I guess, couldn't I just look at a diff? Why don't I just do that? What am I, some kind of idiot? All right. Oh no. Oh yeah, here we go. No. Oh wait, this is the, I need to check out the master branch and look at that. That's what I need to do. All right, so we need to do, I don't know how to do, okay, so git stash, git checkout master. Okay, now let's take a look. No, I did a git, oh, you know what happened when I did the stash? It did the chain. Okay, git status. Okay, we're closing this thing so it doesn't change any files. All right, so we need to do, oh my goodness. Git reset hard. Git checkout master. Nav meter. Oh, we didn't. Okay. We did everything in units. That's the problem. We did this dumb unit thing. That's right. We changed all of this. Popped bubble radius. Bubble radius units. All right. I guess I need to run this then and see. CR7's best friend finally caught your stream again. Hey, welcome back, CR7. Yeah, what's going on? Good to see you. Hey, do you know anything about VertX and Netty networking frameworks for Java? No, I don't, CR7. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know too much about Java at all. Vertex, I guess that's supposed to be pronounced VertX. Or vert.x. I guess that sounds like maybe like a graphical library or something for Java or framework. Yeah, CR7, you were working on some Java networking, all right? Yeah, that was kind of your thing before. You were saying you really wanted to get good at game networking and stuff like that, right? How's it going? How's it going with that? Is node.io request and response, like the server can't just send data without a request from the client? Node.io, I don't know what that is. Let me just search that real quick. Maybe, did you mean Node.js? Is that what you meant by saying Node.io? Node.io doesn't really look like anything. Yes. So Node.js is like Java, let's just say, right? It's a programming language that's running on the server, right? You know, Node.js was kind of developed as to be kind of a web server kind of thing. Versus like a general purpose programming language. Like Java kind of could be more general purpose, or like C or C++. Those are kind of more general purpose programming languages. So Node.js is basically a JavaScript programming language, but then put with kind of written with like, I don't know how to say to kind of be interpreted and run kind of standalone. Typically, JavaScript's just run in the web browser. It's a language that's used to run in a web browser, right? So Node.js is a programming language that lets you run stuff on. When you install Node.js, you get the Node.js REPL, which I have running right now. This is nothing. I just opened up a blank command prompt and typed node, and now I get the Node.js REPL, which lets you do stuff like let name equal Jared, and I can console.log name, and it prints my name. And it's basically JavaScript to run on your computer, basically. And JavaScript's not a native, it doesn't get compiled into a executable or anything, but it's this whatever interpreted language that is compiled on the fly and then turns down into actual, machine instructions that run on your computer. CPU instructions, we should say. So I use what I have is a library called WS. So when you get Node.js, or when you install Node.js, basically there's a package manager that gets installed with it called npm, which is Node Package Manager. It's technically separate of Node.js, but it gets installed by default, whatever. So basically, I can open up whenever you initialize a Node.js project, which you just run a command inside of a folder. Basically all you do, and it creates this package.json file. It's a JSON file. And then basically any packages you install get shown here. So I have a library, or any libraries or packages that you install with npm, the Node.js package manager, get shown here. So I installed WS, which is WebSockets. So WebSockets is basically a nice, it's a new, well, relatively new browser technology now where you can, or it's, I guess, added to the web browser. It's a protocol like HTTP, for example, but it's been added to web browsers, which is kind of cool because basically it's bidirectional. So the server can send a message whenever it wants to the browser, to a connected browser. So there's a connection that actually gets set up and held between the two. Whereas normally with HTTP, there's no connection. There's just an HTTP request and fetch some data. The server responds with some data. So the client has to send requests and get data back every time, right? So if you built a game, you'd have to have like a client kind of if you built a game with just HTTP, you'd have to have the client kind of polling the server or something on an interval or something like that to say, hey, server, is there any more data that I need? Is there any more data that I need? But with WebSockets, it's bidirectional. So like if I do a multiplayer game of Populus, so whoever's playing right now, that red dot is moving, and that's the server just sending a message to my browser to say, hey, your opponent moved. Your opponent popped the bubble. So then update, your little red thing. So that's kind of what's happening. Like my computer, my browser isn't going out and saying, hey, where's my opponent? Where's my opponent? Where's my opponent? Where's my opponent? It's not doing that. So it's kind of a cool thing. But yeah, seriously, now I got a problem. So when I was coding out my game, then turns out the framework that I was using is browser incompatible. So I started using this other framework, but I'm unable to get it to work the same way. The only way I can do things is first make a request, then the server makes replies. Yeah, I would assume whatever you're using is maybe HTTP based. So, you know, again, HTTP is what you use. That's what makes websites a thing, right? A web browser a thing. That's where you actually... So like with Populus, there's an initial HTTP request, right? So if you know, Chrome hides all of that now, but if you highlight a link and then open Notepad or something and then paste the full link, it's going to say http.populus.gg, right? So when you go to populus.gg, you're doing an HTTP request to populus.gg, which is actually an IP address. This resolves to an IP address of the server. And then the server is running, I have the server running Nginx. So when that Nginx server gets a response, it sends a static HTML page and JavaScript file, HTML file and JavaScript file as the response of this HTTP Populus request. And then inside of that, from within that JavaScript file, that tells the browser to hook up and do a WebSockets connection. So then you end up with something like this happening, where instead of HTTP, it does WS, populus.gg. And then that gets opened up. And then the server, I have a server listening for WebSockets as well. That's where my Node.js stuff comes in. And then those get hooked up as a connection, and then they're there. And then I don't really do any HTTP stuff anymore after that. Basically, you do the HTTP to download the HTML file and the JavaScript file. And there you go. That's pretty much it. That was me, by the way. I was playing against you. Don't hack me, bro. Nice. Nice. Oh, yeah. So you destroyed me there. I had 9 bubbles popped. You got me. 22. That's it. Yeah, and there's actually another, yeah, so again, web browsers are very limited in what they can do, right? Like if you, compared to running a native program, right? Like if you make your own game with your own, you know, where you actually write code that runs on a computer, on an on a CPU, you can do all sorts of stuff because you're interacting with, an operating system and operating system APIs, right? And you can do a lot of other things that you want, whatever you want, basically. But when you're in the web browser, you're kind of sandboxed in, right? The web browser client can't just go and start modifying files on the hard drive. Like that would be awful, right? Because you could just get people to click on malicious links and then delete all their files, right? Like how awful would that be? So browsers, the code, the JavaScript that runs in a browser is very sandboxed. It can't do anything. It can't whatever. If, the memory overflows and blows up, like Chrome does all these things where the tab tries to just tries to freeze only that tab. And, so if somebody's got some infinite loop that runs and freezes up the web page, only that tab should really get stuck. So you can even get around to other tabs, like not the whole Chrome process isn't stuck. There's actually a bajillion Chrome processes. So no wonder there are not any good online multiplayer games for browser. Yeah, pretty much. Because the other big thing online, especially like first-person shooters or whatever, UDP is kind of the protocol you're using to do that because it's just super fast, super low latency. But there is no UDP stuff available with web browser. So like HTTP is part of TCP. WebSockets is part of TCP. Yeah, you don't have any UDP. There is actually another web API that I just heard about. I don't remember what it's called, but it actually does let the server send some data. It's kind of like a halfway between HTTP and WebSockets where it's something like the server can send like some data whenever it wants. I don't remember what it's called though. IO games though, there are some. I wonder how those were made. A lot of the IO games are completely fake, CR7. WebRTC, Was it WebRTC? It was something else. I mean, there's WebRTC. I don't know. I don't really know much of anything about WebRTC, to be honest, other than that it exists. But I want to say there was something else where the server could say something. I want to be able to have my games playable and interactive across web mobile platforms. Yeah, I mean, WebSockets is the way to go if you're talking about doing something fast from the browser. If you want the browser to send data to the server and you want the server to send data relatively fast to the browser, that's kind of the way to go. The IO games are multiplayer because I played with my friends, so yes, they weren't fake. Well, yeah, some of them aren't fake, but there are a lot of them that are fake or whatever. I've seen some good videos on those, on some of that boom, the IO game boom. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what I was going to say. Don't know what I was going to say about that, but yeah. Anyway, we got some people stopping up there on the leaderboard now. Stopping up there? That was not the right word I wanted to say. All right, so we're looking pretty good here now. Portrait. Maybe I could make this like... Well, this is good enough. All right, this is going to be good enough. And now I guess let's see about moving the timer bar. Let's see about moving the timer bar to the bottom. Or wait a minute. We're not done yet, are we? No, we need to make these a little bigger, right? Oh, no. Sorry, I'm confused. I'm just straight up confused. All right, because... What? What? This doesn't make any sense. Okay, somehow that... okay, I remember what we were doing now. We checked out another branch. We checked out another branch. Yeah, and what was Agario like the first game? I'm pretty sure Agario uses WebSockets. That was kind of like the thing. Because that was one of the games that was actually like legit, right? If I'm not mistaken. Agar.io, Agario. Okay, so calculate. Okay, we need to do this thing. Get units, bubble radius units, and then we need to take. Okay, so where do we actually use bubble radius units? Where do we actually do that? Bubble radius. Okay, units are pixels. Okay, so this gives us pixels, right? Pixels per unit. So we need to CLG R over canvas wrapper.ctx.canvas.height. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. All right. So let's pop open the console here. Refresh this bad boy. Start a game. 06125. That doesn't make sense. That can't be. Oh 6125. That doesn't make any sense. All right. 06125. Yeah, we rounded down to 061. Get reset. Get checkout. What's the name of that branch again? Get branch. Get mobile. Big. Why did I type? I did it again. Get. Oh, my one hand was off. That's what it was. Get. GIT. If your left hand is down a row, then it's BIG is what you end up typing instead of GIT. Get checkout mobile support. Support. I'm supporting European English there with mobile. I typically will say mobile. Get checkout mobile support. Okay, we checked it out. We're good. We gotta stash apply now. Get stash apply. Oh no, get stash pop is what I want. Please commit your change. Okay, kill the server there. Get reset hard. My automatic server thing is changing our files. Get reset hard. Beautiful. Get stash pop. Beautiful. Okay. I don't know why the .061 deal is. Oh, I think I screwed something up. All right, I gotta use the bathroom though. We'll be right back. I gotta use the bathroom. We're gonna get more coffee. We're gonna come back all refreshed and ready to go. We'll be right back. Woo! We are back. Neris, you got me covered. Neris, how's the Ukrainian weather these days? It's got to be pretty nasty, I'd imagine. It's pretty nasty where I am here in Wisconsin, USA. Got a little bit of snow last night, in fact. Okay. So, I can't seem to figure out why. Okay, hang on. The landscape R ratio. I think I had a suspicion. Bubble R ratio times screen dimension. Height. Pretty cold here recently, but now it starts to become a little warmer, hanging a little above 0 at the moment. Nice. Hey, that's exactly where we are, actually. Right now, too. We're right at 0. AKA 32 degrees Fahrenheit. Right? So the snow is melting a little bit, which is nice. It's actually sunny. Okay, I know I've asked this before. Blue. Been a while. I forgot. This project is straight HTML, CSS, JS, right? Yes, sir. Yeah, I mean it is vastly JavaScript. If I had this on Git, I could look at the little percentage. You know how Git shows you like the percentage of the languages or whatever. I have this on Bitbucket though. Does Bitbucket tell me that? I'm kind of curious. Nah, it doesn't really tell me. Anyway, we might move the origin over to Bitbucket at some point. Or to GitHub. Wait, did I say Git before instead of saying GitHub? Oh no, I'm doing it. I'm blending Git and GitHub together. Neris doesn't like Bitbucket. Yeah, I don't know. When you're just for a solo project, it's kind of like, who cares? I don't know. I feel like, yeah, I could see, the team side of it. I mean, using Git on a solo project is obviously still really nice of a thing. But it's nice to branch and not worry about stuff and whatever and be able to do a bunch of stuff and then rebase and then merge and do all this stuff later. But I hate everything about Atlassian. Gotcha. Half the time I go to the Bitbucket page, it doesn't load right away, and then it says I'm signed out, and then I refresh, and then it's fine, and just kind of whatever. Had to work on Jira plugins in the past. Gotcha. All right, so it's Codeco's website that uses React then. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Codeco uses React. Version control? Nah, just send the files as a zip back and forth. Nice. Yeah, and again, I have one HTML file and the CSS is literally inline in the HTML file. I mean, so this is pretty much, and half of my HTML is my Google Analytics stuff. And there's pretty much this CSS just lines up our body, gets rid of the 0 pixels, the margin and the padding. So we get our canvas just nice and tight right there in the window. The canvas is basically just one-to-one with the window. And then I've got our links in a position absolute. So the links are the only other HTML thing, these things down here. Speaking of which, we need to get these resizing because there's some weird, that's something we got to fix. They look good. The problem is I picked the size for these when I played the game like this back in the day. And like that looks good. This size relative looks good, but you know, when you like full screen this that looks awful. So I need to have like a much nicer little section for that. Icons. Yeah. That's that'll be a nicer, that'd be a nice level up there. Yeah, I don't know what to do about SEO kind of stuff. I do want to have a little nicer SEO. But since everything is the canvas, there's not really any HTML. So like there's the title, but like I can't really just throw an H1. I don't know what to do about that. Just inline a couple of SVGs there. Yeah. That sounds like a good idea, Neris. Because if you like Google Populus, I think you actually have to Google Yeah, if you Google just Populus spelled that way, it does not come up. But it'd be nice if it was like, if you could Google Populus game. Populus GG. If you Google Populus GG, it comes up, but that's terrible. It's a terrible thing. Yeah. Anyway. So that's something I want to beef up too. There we go. Okay. So wait a minute. Oh. There we go. That's why. Beautiful. Now, wait a minute. Why are these the right size now? Oh. Oh, check this out. I know what it is. If we practice in portrait mode, yes. Oh, that's all it is. That's all it is. Okay, so I need to get a new bubble R rate. Yeah, okay. Oh, that was stupid. It was stupid. Trivial and stupid. All right, so we need to do, I'm going to do another if statement up here. We're going to do another if canvas wrapper dot landscape orientation else portrait mode. We're going to let bubble dim. We're going to set bubble dim to Y here. If you guys ever played, oh, just don't put hidden text for SEO on the page. Google doesn't like that at all. Well, that's the thing. Like, that's what I was reading a little bit about SEO. Like, I was just like, I should just do a little research on SEO. And it was like, don't do anything fake that your page doesn't actually have. But the problem is, the whole thing is a canvas. And you can't read text off of a canvas. So I don't know what to do to make it like a little nicer. I don't know what the solution is. So I kind of have to put hidden text or something. Like I could make it like not hidden, or it would be like hidden text, but it could be kind of like the same thing. I don't know. Anyway, I'd recommend you create a homepage with a lot of description, screenshots, videos, and a big play button somewhere. That's something interesting, Neris. That's interesting. And clicking the play button, just create an overlay. Canvas full screen. Yeah, that's interesting, Neris. Yeah, I'll have to think about that. Whoops. Or open a separate play page that you have right now. Yeah. I'll have to think about that. I will. I was gonna say I like first-person shooters. It's kind of my game. I don't know what you. It's not really a genre. I like first-person games, right? Not necessarily shooters, but I like 3D games, first-person perspective, right? And I picked up Teardown on Steam because I got a couple Steam gift cards for my birthday, which is just over a month ago. And I picked up Teardown, and it is so cool. I don't know if you guys have heard of Teardown at all. It is sweet. It's like everything is like these little tiny like voxels. It's like a whole, but like these like realistic worlds are made out of these like chunky voxels, and like you can destroy every single one of those voxels. So you just go through with like guns, bombs, you're just like a sledgehammer, you smash stuff, and like everything is destructible. It's awesome. And stuff catches on fire too and burns like wood. And the whole point of the game is like you're trying to pull off these heists. So you got to like steal this thing in this location. Seen the game on Twitch, but no idea what's the purpose. Well, so that it's like that's kind of the baseline. Like you kind of have just a sandbox, and that in and of itself, like I spent a good hour or two just doing the sandbox mode myself, and that was a lot of fun. Just it's just a nice like level with all sorts of cool buildings and stuff, and like it looks good, but you can just go and destroy stuff, burn stuff, blow stuff up, whatever. There's vehicles, heavy duty construction equipment you go through and smash, stuff. Pretty cool. But the kind of main game, the main campaign or whatever, is like you're supposed to be pulling off these heists. You're supposed to be stealing stuff. So there's like a map where there's like you gotta steal a safe. You gotta steal or you might have to steal 2 safes in one of the levels, right? One of the missions. One's in one building, one's in the other building. And as soon as you like remove a safe enough, an alarm's gonna go off. You got 60 seconds to get that safe and get the other one, and then get out of there, like evacuate or whatever. Get to your getaway vehicle. But like the safe might be really heavy, and you can't carry it. So you gotta in one of them, I it was up on a second floor, so I like backed a dump truck in, smashed it in the first floor so that the dump truck was like underneath the safe, and then I like shot the floor out so the safe fell into the dump truck, then took off, and that was how I got out. Like that. And you got to kind of like plan stuff, and there's a little bit of like crafting too. Like I just unlocked there's like a wood plank that you can build, so you could like build like little ramps and stuff to like climb up something easier. And like you end up like you can see the full map of the world, and it might be like I got to steal this thing from here, then steal this thing here, grab this thing or destroy this thing or do it. You might have like 3 different objectives, and there's sometimes some optional objectives too, for like bonus points, I guess. I don't know. And then you kind of like plan out your route. Like, all right, I'm going to grab, because you got 60, once you steal something, like, alarm's going to go off. Like there's like a little like chain or something attached to it. Or a wire, so that once you pull the thing away, it's going to trip the alarm. So you got, it's like you plan the route ahead, you know, you can like, and you can test things. You can kind of like quick save, quick load, like just test a thing real quick to see if it'll work. But then the idea is you got to, you know, line everything up. You might have to like blow some holes in some walls to make it like quicker to get through. You know, like I want to steal this thing, then jump here. So like you shoot a hole out in the wall or chop a wall, you know, whatever, just demolish something straight up so that you can like carve out a path. You know, it's, I don't know, it's awesome. I haven't been like this, like hooked on a game. I want to play some more tonight, but it's awesome. And it looks really good. It's like a custom engine. Actually, the guy who made it, it's like a custom engine, whatever. The guy who did I can't remember the dude's name. Swedish guy, maybe? Something like that. But he made this game, this mobile game, Smash It was the name of the game. And actually, I played that game. I don't really play mobile games, but it was just one day when I was looking for a game a couple of years ago to play, I found it because it was highly rated. And it's just like kind of a rail shooter. You're just floating through these kinds of cool abstract worlds, and you got to like shoot these little metal ball bearings and smash glass. And if you hit the glass, then you like lose health or whatever, however it works. So like the whole thing is just like smashing the glass. And it was like so satisfying smashing the glass in this little mobile game. And it's just, again, it's just a rail shooter, but you just got to make sure you shoot your little ball bearings out of the way and like smash glass in time, because you're not controlling your speed. You're just going ahead at a fixed rate. And I thought that game was awesome, and the destruction felt great, and the glass sounds, like everything was just on point. It ran beautifully smooth. Even on not that great of phone hardware, I was like, man, this is sweet. And then Tuxedo Labs, that's the name of the company. I think that lead programmer or whatever, the guy, can't remember his name. But then I saw a demo for Teardown, and like this, it looked like Minecraft, but literally destroying all this stuff, physics and explosions and all this beautiful destruction. And I was like, that's pretty, I've never seen anything quite like that, where literally everything's destructible in 3D. And then I saw the guy's thing, like the co-creator of Smash It or whatever, the mobile game I was playing. I was like, that's that guy. That's the guy who made that game. It's awesome. Anyway, Teardown. People should play it. It is pretty sweet. People should check it out. It's worth checking out. It's $20, I think, normally on Steam. Anyway, I just wanted to talk about it because it's such a cool game. I was trying to tell my wife about it, and I like showed her the footage of the game. I was like, this game's sick. You gotta watch it. She doesn't really play games. And she was just like making fun of me the whole time. Like, that looks stupid. That, whatever. So, just had to tell some people that are actually here for games and stuff, programming or whatever. And I did bring my machine to its knees. I did get my frame rates down to like 20-something FPS. So there's definitely ways with the destruction that you have limits. And my machine is pretty boss. So you can definitely max things out. I think it's more CPU bound, like just keeping track of all the positions of all these little voxels that get smashed in everywhere. Anyway. And there's actually there's actually a little story mode with the game. I mean, the campaign is like you're doing these missions for these two guys, and you kind of end up working. You're doing jobs for these two different guys that are kind of going back and forth between each other. You're like smashing one thing for the one guy, then the other guy's like, hey, I don't know what he did, but you need to go smash this thing from this guy. And like the two guys don't know that you're the middleman, just smashing both of them back and forth. It's kind of funny. That's kind of like the story mode, is like you get these emails and then you get a mission and then you go do the mission and then you steal this thing, you smash this thing. The one guy's like a car collector. So the enemy of that guy is like asking you to like drive his cars into the ocean. I don't know. Maybe I'm not explaining things well enough, but Anyway. The game's awesome. I'm totally going to play some more tonight. All right. So I can't remember what was I actually trying to do here. Subtracted off y center and portrait orientation. All right, I'm gonna get rid of this. I don't care about that. Oh yeah, I remember what we were doing. Now. Bubble dim. We're gonna do this thing, and then we're gonna do bubble R ratio. What do we do down here? I am doing a little bit of duplicate stuff here. Where do we actually do? Now I'm starting to think like, what if I just simplified this? Maybe that's what we should do. Orient the dim values. Add in the spacing as well. Nav meter length. Orient the dim values. Yeah, you know what? Calculate the diameters of the visible nav bubbles. Yeah, you know what? This is kind of dumb. Like, why do I do this? Nav bubbles. Yeah, you know what? Like, I should maybe... Because if we calculate the nav bubble props, that's like all we need to do. Right? And then we update the nav, we resize the nav bubble props, and then resize the visible nav bubbles. Am I right? Nav bubbles at 4 each. If landscape, do this. Ooh. Yeah, let's do that prop name thing. Non-prop dim. We're just going to do this. Oh, that's a 4 each. Dim ratio. Yeah, we could clean this up quite a bit. Man, why am I thinking of all this now? All of this cleaning up now. All right, so oh yeah, we've got a little bit of a size problem with, oh yeah, we're not using, where did I just started doing something here. Oh, this is not right. Okay, this is where okay, I'm a little confused. I'm confusing myself here. So maybe we do something like this. Bubble dim pose. dim pose prop. Let's just, and then let's do bubble non-dim pose prop bubble other dim. Let's just do that, and then we'll do this equals X. And we'll do this equals Y. Bubble dim pose, bubble other dim pose prop. Oof. I guess I'll say prop name. Let's just make this dim. Let's just make this dim. Dim pose prop name and other dim pose prop name. Whoops. All right, let's just do it that way. So here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here. Oh my goodness. Here we go. All right, we shorten those up a little bit. Other dim pose prop name. Let's just make it dim prop name. How about shorten it down even further? Other. Or you know what? Let's go dim prop name 1, dim prop name 2. How about that? Sorry, I know this is painful to watch, but this is probably what I should have done the first time. Dim prop name, non-prop dim position. Or we'll change this to, instead of non-prop dim position. If we're in landscape, we're doing this. If we're in whatever, we're doing this. Okay, I'm just trying to do as many checks for for landscape as possible. Okay, so all right, we do that. Dim prop name, non-prop dim post. We're gonna say dim. I guess we'll say dim to. Say dim to pose. Dim pose 2. That's what we're going to call this. So wherever we have that non-prop dim pose. All right, so then we can do b.pose dot b.pose dot, or wait a minute, b.pose dot dim prop name 2 equals dim pose 2. Get rid of that. And we need to get rid of dim ratio. Prop dim. I guess I'll say prop dim or let's just say dim. Dim name 1. I don't want to say prop anymore because dim name 1, dim name 1, dim name 2, dim name 2, dim name 2, dim pose 2. Okay. dim name 2. Okay, so this would be dim name 1. Oh boy. Equals prop.dim. All right, and then we need to do a couple more things. So prop dim. So we're going to say prop dim equals, if we're in landscape, it's going to equal this. Oh, no, wait a minute. Not prop dim. This will be canvas dim, or screen dim. Not prop dim. Screen dim is going to equal this, and otherwise screen dim is going to equal the width. Okay. Beautiful. And then we don't need to do the check anymore. We don't need to do this at all. Don't need to do this. Basically, these two are just going to be multiplied by screen dim. Beautiful. All right. I like that. We got just one if statement now where we're doing the landscape check, basically, and then everything else kind of gets calculated because of that. That's beautiful. Also, I want to see if I can clean this up a bit. See if I can clean this up a tad. Prop.dim ratio times screen dim. Screen dim. Okay. This is looking good. It's nice to just not have a bunch of if statements like kind of all nested in here, making things just look nasty. So actually, yeah, let's make sure that this works first. No, it doesn't. Bubble dim is not defined. Nav meter 77. All right, so I screwed something up down here. Oh boy. Oh no. I took out that if statement and I needed that if statement. Whoops. Okay, const bubble dim equals canvas wrapper dot landscape orientation y else x. Now, wait a minute. Why is that small? I thought we'd change that. I thought we made it bigger. Okay, so... Oh... It is, but only if... Yes, okay. Yeah, all right, that's what we're working to fix. Okay, so in here, we need to switch... Oh no, actually, this is gonna be really annoying. Okay. Okay, so the problem right now is that there's like a ratio. So right now this is too big for, so like if I switch to Populus live here, you'll see that this is the nav meter, and when I flip to the other tab, you see that this thing is bigger, right? So I'm flipping between the live populus.gg and my dev version, right? So the thing is, we scale these up when we're in portrait mode, and the problem is whatever mode you start in, that multiplier for the scale of this is what's used from that point on. So the thing is, I need to figure out how I want to switch the multiplier. But the problem is, I don't know. We don't know when we need to change it. Like maybe I could do like a, how do we do update size? Okay, there's something in here that, maybe we could pass like a variable in here. Width change perk, height change perk, width change perk, height change perk. Maybe we could say just changed. Just changed orientation. Like when we went, the last frame, we were a different orientation than we are now. But the problem is, yeah, this is fun. All right, we're going the hard-coded route. We're going the hard-coded route right now. That's what we're doing. It's okay. 0.61 times 0.7, 0.043. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, times 0.7, right? So we're going to take 0.043 times 0.7, 0.03. Okay. So 0.75, 0.52, whoops, oh, 0.075 times 0.7, 0.0525, right, 0.053. And then 0.053 times 0.7, 0.037. 0.037. All right, we're doing the hard-coded route. Each of these is 7.7 times smaller the previous. Each of these is 0.7 times the prev. Cult of the Dead Cow user is now following. Cult, thank you very much for the follow. I really appreciate it. I really do. I'm sorry, we are not working on something terribly exciting right now. Albeit, appreciate the follow. Albeit, is that the right context to use the word albeit? Yeah, I think so. Thanks for hanging out, Cult. Appreciate it. I really do. Yeah, again, I'm sorry. We're just doing some nasty stuff. Requires a lot of brain power. I have to like kind of be, I'm kind of like balancing it. It's hard for me to like just explain things nicely and continue. That's usually my typical streaming style. But I'm working on stuff right now that's just kind of, I'm just kind of trudging on through. All right, so what I just did right now is I'm storing the relative, or the ratios that we want for our nav bubbles, hard-coded wise. So the radius, the radii of these, and I'm storing the ratios of those radii times the height of the screen when we're in landscape. But when we're here in portrait mode, oh, sorry, I'm on the actual live site there. We flip to something else. Cult, that's cool. I'm working at the office. Like to have programming in the background. Nice, nice, nice. I hear that. I hear that. I'll give you a demo of the game real quick, Cult, since you're here. I know you're at work and just kind of want some background stuff, but I'll give you the demo of the game real quick here. So we're working on my game. It's called Populus, populus.gg. You can play it right now, actually. I threw it down there in the chat. But basically, it is a game where you pop bubbles. You see how fast you can pop bubbles. You got 30 seconds to pop a bubble. So if you do the play, that's actually a one-on-one game, right? So here we're finding an opponent. We're waiting. But otherwise, the practice is just a single-player one-on-one game. And again, you got 30 seconds. That's your timer bar ticking down there. You've got to pop the bubbles here in this big circle here. And on the side, this is telling you what bubbles in what order you're going to pop. So you're always popping the bubble that's in this top position here that matches the color. So green. So we hover over the green bubble. We left click or we hit the space bar. I prefer the space bar. You hit the space bar and you just keep going. Just keep going, cranking along, see how many bubbles you can get. That's pretty much it. Then at the end of the 30 seconds, you see your stats. You see how many bubbles you popped, total time, pops per second, mistakes, all that good stuff. So that is pretty much it. It's pretty much it. And then the one-on-one mode, we got a leaderboard now. Currently, these leaderboard scores only show up from the one-on-one mode. But yeah, basically, basically with the one-on-one, you have both players are popping the same bubbles at their own pace. So it's going to be the same colors, same positions, same sizes, everything. Well, same relative sizes, I should say. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. That is pretty much it. So I'm working right now on kind of resizing and kind of a portrait mode support because I want to be able to, well, I at least want to be able to kind of test this on mobile. My original intention for the game was never for it to really be a mobile game at all, but I kind of want to just try it and see how it is. Like I want to just play it that way. And right now, if you play the current Populus.gg, it's kind of a mess. There's not really any port. You have to flip to landscape for everything. But when you do flip to landscape, the stuff's really small. So I'm working on kind of having portrait be like a little more phone friendly. So like for right now, the whole boundary circle here fills out to the very edge. Whereas like when you're in landscape, there's obviously some padding there on the sides. I guess I'll give the little technical spin on the game. So everything is pretty much, because I use the word padding, but it's not really HTML or CSS padding. So the game is entirely pretty much HTML canvas. Is a full screen canvas that responds with the window, or resizes with the window resize. And yeah, basically it's all JavaScript, all my own like kind of JavaScript engine, and I'm using the Canvas 2D context, so the very basic context, very basic API for drawing things on the canvas, basic shapes and lines and everything. That's kind of all we need for this game, and text as well, so like the main menu and everything. This is all on Canvas. These are not real HTML buttons. These are all, Canvas shapes and everything that interact with the mouse cursor, and that's pretty much it. So there's very little HTML and very little CSS on this project, which I kind of like. I'm not really much of a web developer myself, so I definitely, I know very little about CSS. I mean, I know what it is. I know the idea behind it, but actually using it, I don't really have those skills. Same thing with HTML. I mean, yeah, I can put some stuff. I know HTML. I know what it is. I know kind of the idea behind it, but I actually doing stuff. I mean, nobody really writes pure HTML these days anyway. It seems like everything is like some sort of front-end JavaScript framework, whatever. But yeah, basically, I'm not using any frameworks, no libraries or anything other than just basic built-in browser APIs. The back end is all Node. The server is all Node.js, and then I'm using WebSockets. I'm using the WS package, the WS npm package. Basically, server side too. I'm not really using any packages. I'm using two libraries: WS for the WebSockets, because Node.js doesn't have its own WebSocket library, WebSocket server library, that is. And then I'm using NanoID just for generating some random usernames that I'm using just for like logging right now, because there's not really any username, user accounts, or anything for Populus. It's all just very basically you connect, you get a website, we open a WebSocket, we generate a random user for the WebSocket that basically is just for me to log things, so that like I can, if there was some sort of bug, I could maybe go back and look at that specific user and see what happened maybe. So I'm only logging very basic kinds of things, but very basic interactions. But yeah, anyway, I got to tinkle. So we'll be right back. All right, we are back. Okay, so actually, I just realized I missed one thing here. I got to add another. So basically, we have an array of these three relative ratios for each bubble, but we need a fourth one for the invisible one, and that invisible one is basically the little, because we've got like a little fake one that floats in here to this position. So when I pop this bubble, this brown red one's gonna float up into the third position here, into third chair. So that floated up also. That's kind of stored down here, just with alpha 100% invisible, alpha 0, and then it slides up. But it also needs to be 70% of these. So basically, these are all 70% of each other. So this one is the first number here. This is 70% radius of that one, 70% radius of that one, so on and so forth. So I do need to do another 70% thing here. So I need to do 0.03. You know what? I could just do, well, no. Oh my goodness. I'm going to do it. We're doing it the hard-coded way. It's all right, because I'm never going to change this anyway, but when I do, it'll be okay. Okay, so you know what? Maybe I should just do it the hard-coded way. So we're going to do 0.061. Wait a minute. How do I do this? It needs to be 0.061. Oh, I would need to, nah, never mind. We're doing it the hard-coded way. It's all right. So 0.03. 0.03 times 0.7. So that's 0.021. All right, so that is the position of our invisible bubble. Whoops. And then we need to do, I guess, 37 times 0.7. So 25.5, 25.9, so go 26. So this will be 0.0, oh boy, 26. All right. All right, that is good. All right, so this is our landscape, and then portrait, everything's beefed up a little bit. Okay, cool thing is, bubble spacing ratio. Ooh, I just realized we should probably scale the bubble spacing ratio up a bit, shouldn't we? For portrait, because that's pretty big. I guess we'll wait and see. Throw a to-do on here right now. To-do. This should be different for portrait mode. Okay, so the bubble radius shrink rate I can get rid of. All right, so now this is gonna, I'm doing complicated things to make things more simple, I guess, is kind of what's going on. This is going to be 0. Oh, this is, I'm sorry, guys. This is it's hard. This is such mind-boggling stuff for me right now that it's hard to. We might do something more fun. We might do the animation stuff later. That might be a little more. Actually, what I'm working on right now is kind of fun for me right now, because I'm kind of in a little nice like refactor mode, but it's like it's good refactor that I know is not going to screw anything up, screw anything else up. All right, so calculate the diameters of the visible nav bubbles. See, we're going to get rid of all of this now, which is the beautiful thing. So I need to take, okay, so nav bubble props. We still need that. We still need nav bubble props, and we might as well keep it the way it is. But, okay, nav bubble spacing, that's good. But that might also get changed. Center nav meter on the y-axis. We'll just say center nav meter. How does this pertain to centering the nav meter? We didn't even do any. Yeah, that doesn't have anything to do with, that comment had nothing to do with what was actually going on. Nav meter length 0. Okay, bubble R ratio times screen dim. Okay, so this is going to go away. Config.match.navmeter.bubble count. All right, so what I'm going to do, instead of bubble R ratio, we're going to have bubble R ratios as an array, and that's going to equal config.match. And then these are going to be ratios. So this thing, but with ratios, and basically same thing here, but this will be ratios. I'm just going to comment out these lines. Okay. So then dim R. Calculate the relative dim positions first. All right, so this should be a lot simpler, hopefully now. So R, calculate relative dim positions first. Dim equals R. Oh, that's right. Okay. That's right. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to create an array, nav bubble props. And we're going to do, I think this should be pretty straightforward. We just do a, well, we might do this a similar thing here. Let's see. Okay, so because we need to calculate the radius in pixels of each of these, right? And then there's a spacing in pixels that we calculate as well. But we also need to center this up on the screen. Either when we're in portrait or we're in landscape mode, it's centered up on the x-axis. When we're in portrait mode, it's up on top, so it's centered on the y-axis. So the first thing, to be able to center something up, we need to be able to know its length, because then we take, or we know its length. And then we take half the length, subtract that by, whatever, by half the screen, and that gives us our starting point. So we still need to calculate like this length first before we can do the sizing, I think. Okay, so we need to do nav bubble props. All right, pretty much I'm going to move our ratio. Okay. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to do for let I equals 0, I is less than nav bubble count equals bubble R ratios dot length minus 1. So that's nav bubble count, and then I plus equals 1. And then we're going to do, basically, we set the nav bubble stuff and push the property in, I guess. So we're going to do nav bubbles I. Ooh, wait a minute. That's not going to work. Wow, that's not going to work. I plus negative offset. Negative nav bubble props 0. Oh, destructed dim. Yeah, that's going to go away anyway. All right, so we're going to need to have a function that passes in nav bubble props offset, which is always going to start at 0. This needs to be updated if more bubbles can come back. Nav bubble props offset. All right. So this is going to have to be a function so we're going to have to do on screen, on window reset. What do I call it for everything else? Hourglass, on window resize. Okay, so on window resize, going to equal that. All right, so we're going to do, I'm just going to be moving this stuff up here slowly. We're going to move this stuff up. So we're going to say nav, what is it called again? Nav bubble props offset. So we're going to say nav bubble props offset. And then when we call it, we're going to pass a 0. All right, this is crazy. What we are doing is nuts right now. Okay, so, oh boy. Can I negate it? Oh, we can't do that. We get the property, then we need to negate it. Let's just, okay, so we're going to have nav bubble props offset. And we'll just negate it up front. So we'll say let const oops. Okay, so we just negate it quickly. You know what? Who cares? We're gonna negate it when we use it. Okay, so ooh, okay, we got another thing we need to do here. We need to create the initial nav bubble props. So we're going to have nav bubble props set up here. And then we are going to do ooh. All right. Dim prop bubble R ratio. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of this. Okay. This just is a little confusing for myself just because. All right, so we could do nav bubble props equals, and then we do, I guess we do for nav bubble props for let I equals 0, I is less than bubble landscape R ratios dot length. Wait a minute, did I just do that before? Okay, so nav bubble props dot push. Oh boy. So that means we're going to push 4. So we're going to do this. So we're going to do we're just going to set up this object, right? We need to at least set up, or the array. Okay, so R 0 dim 0. Oh my goodness. A1, that's fine. Dim ratio 0, R ratio 0. All right, that's good. I guess we just maybe could set the last one to props nav bubble props dot length -1 dot a equals 0. Set that to the last one. Make the last nav bubble prop invisible. Okay. I think we can do that. So this is our setup of those objects. And then, okay, we do this. We do that. Spacing, nav meter length. Okay, now for each nav bubbles I, what do we do up here? We should just do this. Just do what we're doing up here. Update the props. Update the properties, then that's probably all we need to do. All right, so I'm gonna do, can I do a split screen here? So, all right, so we need to do, let's see. Okay, so we do a loop for the nav bubble props. Orient the, okay. All right, I'm sorry guys, I know this is boring. It's hard for me to currently explain everything that's going on exactly because I'm just trying to keep track of it all in my head, my own head. So, and it's one of those things where we just need to keep writing code and writing code before we can even test anything. It's gonna be a while before we can test stuff, but we should be able to actually kind of semi straightforwardly go through this. All right, hang on. I'm going to be right back in a second here, and then we're diving in full on. BRB. All right, we are back. Sorry about that. My wife just got home from work, so and I got another little snack. So I am all juiced up and ready to go. Now, so what exactly am I doing? Just kind of at a macroscopic view right now. Basically, I've got some initial setup. So when a game starts, so you hit practice button 3, 2, 1, bang, right at that second, a bunch of code runs to set up, to calculate the positions of all this stuff, which is fine. But when you resize the window, basically a form of that logic has to rerun and recalculate the position, but it happens in a separate position. Like it's the logic is kind of duplicated and somewhat messily split apart. So I'm trying to just unify all of that sizing logic into one place. And then that way, it'll be just much easier. Because right now I'm kind of like going back and forth between, oh, I change this thing. Now this thing's broken. Change this. This thing's broken. Like it works here when it starts, but then it breaks when you flip, you know. So it's just like, I want to get rid of all of that. Just have one nice little clean function that runs whenever we set the size of everything. So then you just call that function once. You call that function once when you create it to actually generate the correct positions to start, and then that function gets subsequently called whenever we move the window, if that makes sense. So, you know what? I just thought of something really genius. Not really genius, but I just thought of something kind of cool. Okay, so well, all right, anyway. So I started creating kind of our little function stub on window resize, and I'm filling that out now, what we want that to have. Because this is going to be the real deal now. And there's like all this logic down here. Some of this is going away because I hard-coded some things in our config file, created some constants kind of hard-coded that are okay. Basically, the logic that handles this cascading thing, like each bubble here is 70% smaller than the previous. So like this bubble has a fixed size, and then, or not a fixed size, but a fixed like ratio size. And then this position is 70% of this one. The radius of this one is 70% of this one. Radius of this one is 70% of this one. And then kind of like that. So basically those individual positions, I kind of calculated those out, pre-computed those out. And I have those as constants in our config file now. Because I made it really dynamic before to be all cool and like, oh, well, if I wanted to make it 4 bubbles, then I could just do that. But I never do that. And if I did, then we could just the extra step of computing the new value and then putting it in there. And I put the instructions in there to make sure I reminded myself here. So we just add another value to this array here, and then it would be 70% less of the previous one, if that makes sense. All right, so we need to do a loop here where we just calculate the nav bubble props thing, right? Well, actually, we don't even need to have the dim. We can get rid of the dimension ratio, actually. What is the difference between dim ratio and R ratio? Oh no, dim ratio stays. R ratio we can get rid of. Yes, okay. So we're gonna have dimension ratio and R. Yes, okay. So nav bubbles I dot R equals bubble R ratios I times screen dim. Okay, so that's the radius. And then there's a dim ratio, prop.dim ratio. All right, so we need to figure out what that is. I guess we need to scroll. Okay, so I have the same file open in two places, or I basically have the same navmeter.js file here. I'm just referring to the other places in the code where I'm like duplicating things. So I'm trying to kind of just keep my one spot here where I'm actually writing stuff, and then look at like the other stuff, the older stuff here, without having to scroll within the single window a bunch and keep losing my place. All right, so okay, nav bubbles, no, nav bubble props, push, dim ratio 0. Okay, so we do a dim ratio of 0, and we do it at the end. Okay. So maybe we just do that. Okay, now there's another reason. I'm not looking at the right spot here. All right, so there is one weird thing that we're going to lose now. All right. There's something very much. Now I'm starting to regret doing this refactor. All right. Yeah, I'm starting to nav meter. This should get all moved out of the match object. It shouldn't really be in the match object anyway. What are we doing? Config.match.nav meter. All within nav meter. All right, I'm going to move this out. We're going to just straight up cut this out. And this is going to go into wherever the client only section is. Match. Wait a minute. Why does it say match is client only? None of that is client only. Okay. Menu, stat screen. All right, I'm going to put it right here. Nav meter. I can't do variables out here, can I? Oi. All right. Config.nav meter. All right. That's the way it should have been anyway. All right. This is This plus that. This plus that. This plus that. Plus this plus that. Plus this plus that. Actually, maybe we do nav meter length outside of this. Ooh, this is hard. Okay, nav meter length. Maybe we can do that outside. We calculate that once. Nav meter, or maybe we do nav meter length ratio. Because that the ratio will never change. Maybe we do. Okay, so maybe we do nav meter length ratio. We do that outside of the on window resize. So we do const nav meter length ratio equals, and that's just going to equal or I guess we say let nav meter length ratio equal 4 wait, hang on. I guess I need to do this here once. All right. Okay, nav meter length ratio. We're going to start with that. Times 2. Oh. Or wait a minute. Let's say R ratios. All right. So we're going to get the radius ratios. We're going to nav meter length ratio equals R ratio, or wait a minute, equals R ratios 0 times 2, and then for let I equals 0, I is less than R ratios dot length I plus equals 1. I is less than R ratios dot length. All right, but then but then we do -1, because I don't want the last one. It's less than the last one. Plus equals... Vgen 107. What's the goal here? Vgen. What's going on? Thanks for hanging out. The goal. Basically, I'm doing something kind of well, not nasty, but I'm trying to clean up, kind of trying to refactor some code. So what we're working on right now is my game. It's called Populus. You can actually play it right now if you so desire. You don't have to, but give the little demo here. So, Populus.gg, I threw it down there in the chat, but it's a game where you pop bubbles, and basically there's a one-on-one bubble popping mode if you hit the play button, and there's a practice mode where you just play by yourself in a tutorial. But basically, if you practice, the goal is to pop as many bubbles as you can in 30 seconds. So you got your timer ticking down here for 30 seconds. And basically, the bubble you pop is always going to be the bubble that matches the color in this position up here. So the red bubble first, and then the next color is going to be the brown. These are going to kind of shift up. So to pop a bubble, you hover over with the mouse, left click, or hit the space bar. I prefer the space bar. Hit the space bar, and let her flicker. And you just keep going, see how many bubbles you can pop, how fast you can get, whatever. Then at the end of the 30 seconds, you see your bubbles popped, pops per second, mistakes. That's pretty much it. So what I'm working on at the moment is right now. So again, I'm on the live site right now, populus.gg, and there's not really a nice portrait. We've got like some resizing stuff happening, which is cool. But if you go to like a portrait mode, it's not very nice, right? So if you pull this up on a phone, it looks awful right now. And same thing like in game. Yeah, doesn't look very good. You cover up your timer and our little nav meter here, which is kind of important if you want to know what bubbles to pop. So what I have now, so I just switched tabs over to my development version here, and I started to work on a little bit different stuff for when you flip to portrait mode. So right now, just kind of for mobile purposes, I want to just test this out on mobile is kind of the idea, just playing it on a mobile browser. So having basically the play area now fits right into the window width there when you go portrait mode, basically. Basically, by portrait mode, I mean there's a check whenever we resize that just checks if the height of the screen is bigger than the width. What's your high score? Just so I have a goal. So 146. Hey, thanks for the follow, Vgen. Appreciate it. 146. Tryoksky must be around. My high score is like 127, I think. I think that's my fastest that I know of. I don't know how many mistakes. And we've got a leaderboard right now. So if you play, basically if you play one-on-one, you'll show up on the leaderboard. So it basically, it doesn't show any usernames or anything like that. But yeah, you can see up here on top, somebody just got a 146. That was at some point today. I don't know when that was. It had to have been Tryoksky. Tryoksky is the legend at this game. I think he got 155 at max. He's going for 160. But that's crazy. That speed is crazy. So, yeah. And I do have a Discord that kind of the Nightbot plugs it in there. Not saying you have to join VGen, but anyone out there, if you want to join, got a Discord. If you do join the Discord, there is a Populus section, and then there is a high scores section. And you can actually see Truyaksky's 155. He recorded his 155 and 150 pops, 5 mistakes, I think it was. And it's crazy. It's insanely fast. So, yeah, it's pretty cool. All right, so yeah, so the resizing stuff, I'm refactoring some things to kind of make this better. And if I were to actually refresh my browser right now, everything would break because we're not in a good spot right here. Powered Chicken, what's going on? Thanks for hanging out. Hey, just curious, what font do you use for Visual Studio Code? It's a good question. I believe I'm just using the default. I don't think I changed it. Is this different than the default? I don't remember how to change the font. Preferences, open keyboard shortcuts. How do you open up the? How do you look at the font? Is that something you have to do from? Is it like line? Open configurations. No. Config. Display language. I don't remember how to check the font. Font, style, font, zoom in, font, explorer, font on, timeline to-dos. Focus on next terminal. Yeah, what font is this? Is this console? Bottom left corner, there's a settings gear down here. Nice. I was going to say Consolus. Yeah, that is Consolus, right? It's the same one I'm using in... Yeah. Isn't that default in VS Code? I am zoomed in, so it might be a little... it looks a little thicker, than it might... Like when you're obviously on stream, it's gonna, this is a little more like maybe the default zoom. I don't know what the default zoom's supposed to be, but I zoom it in for weird looks different than default. Gotcha. Could be. Maybe I set it to Consolus myself, but I thought, because that's like the default Notepad one too, Windows Notepad. So I don't know. I mean, this is Microsoft, but. No, it should be default, yeah. Yeah, when it's zoomed in, I mean, fonts, they can do all those weird things when they can specify different, they can specify, I was looking that up actually a little bit on the TrueType fonts file spec. Fonts, at certain sizes, they can specify to do different things. So, like, it's, when you zoom in on a font, it can always do, like, weird things. In fact, when I hover over you can see those in effect when my buttons here. Basically, I scale up the font, and I'm just using Arial font for all this stuff. But when you can see when I hover the animation, the font kind of twitches a little bit, and that's whatever the font, the algorithm for that font, the calculations and everything are like different at different sizes. So that's why it kind of like the bubble itself. The button itself, radius is like nice and smooth, but the font looks a little chunky when you when you hover over the button, like it kind of skips a little bit. So fonts do weird things at different sizes for sure, or can do weird things at different sizes. Different things. It's not just like scaling up a thing or whatever. All right. So but yeah. But yeah, I think, yeah, it definitely does look a little, yeah, versus being zoomed way out. Powered Chicken, thanks for the follow. I really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Did you hear my spiel, Chicken, before? I don't know. I just gave the demo of the game a little bit ago, but I can give it another little spin here. In case you didn't see it. I'm okay with doing that. In case you didn't, I'll go in and give the spiel again here. Working on my game. It's called Populus. So for the high score, you actually have to pop 5 balloons per second. Yeah, I call them bubbles. VJan, yeah, I call them bubbles, but actually the only place that refers to them as bubbles is the tutorial. So if you go to the tutorial, no, there's nothing that says bubbles. Move your mouse over the red bubble. Pop the red bubble by pressing the spacebar click. So that's the only spot where we see the word bubble. Otherwise, I call them bubbles all the time. Bubbles, sorry. No. Pfft. You have nothing to apologize for, VJan. I was just correcting you. 5 bubbles per second. Yeah, 150. 155 is what Truyaksky got for the record. So 146, that's getting very close to 5 per second. That's nuts. I've barely only gotten to 4 per second now. Because I did 127. 127 over 30. So I've only gotten like 4 1/4 pops per second at max. Pretty sure 127 is my best. Can't remember. Can barely do 2. Well, 2, that's pretty good for just kind of being introduced to this game. If you're already doing 2, that's pretty good, I would say. That's a good start. Most people are kind of like they work their way up slowly. Some people are getting to that 60. Some people are getting close to that 60 pops kind of thing. You know what? That reminds me. I should show the pops per second on here. I should show that because that's kind of a cool. That's a cool number to see. I should show that on the leaderboard. But, well, this leaderboard was just kind of a hacky, quick thing anyway for right now. We'll definitely be upping, making the leaderboard look nicer and everything at some point. But, I was giving the demo of the game to Powered Chicken here. Anyone else who's new. So it's my game called Populus. You can play it. You can play it right now, actually. I just threw it down there in the chat. Populus.gg. Right there. It's a game where you pop bubbles. That's pretty much it. If you hit play, it's kind of a one-on-one game. So I hit play and I just got matched up with an opponent right away. So the idea is I'm racing my opponent head-to-head here. So I have an opponent right here who's not doing anything, and I'm not doing anything either. So the red dot is your opponent, and the black dot underneath is you. So you got 30 seconds to pop as many bubbles as you can. So you're going to hover over the bubble and press the space bar or left click. And the bubble you're trying to pop is always this top one in the top right, so the blue bubble first. So you hover over it, you left click or hit the space bar. I like the space bar. And you just keep going. So obviously I only got 2 bubbles there and my opponent got 0. And so I had a 0.067 pops per second rate. Opponent had 0. And I had 4 mistakes. So I just hit retry so my opponent could hop back in there and do the same. Or was that me? Was I playing myself? No, I wasn't. Okay. But anyway, yeah, it's supposed to be kind of a nice, you know, fast game. It's supposed to be just kind of like a skill thing, seeing how fast you can go. Oh boy. I haven't been playing at this small of a screen in a while, so oof, these bubbles are a little small because the size of the screen, everything scales up. So I'm used to like maybe more like this size, so I can be a little. I have to move my mouse further, but I can be less accurate. It's kind of the idea. But anyway, yeah, it's pretty much the game. I'm working on responsiveness, working on kind of a portrait mode support for, because right now there's no portrait mode support. So this is my development version here now, and I'm trying to make it look and at least be able to play on mobile kind of right now. So with a vertical screen. Is kind of the idea, and that's why the play area circle here fits to the max width, because it's trying to give you like the most size to be able to give you as much accuracy with your thumbs as possible. So versus when you snap back to landscape, you know, then there's like some, you know, vertical, horizontal padding. So right now I'm kind of refactoring all my logic, my code that handles this setup of this thing, because I got to the point where I was kind of getting these things to flip around and stuff, but I kind of want to I don't know. I kind of want to clean this up, I guess, because it's kind of nasty, and I've so far spent a bunch of time doing that, and I'm kind of I don't know. At this point, I'm not even really doing anything that good anymore for myself. Oh, and from the technical side of the game, I always forget to give a little technical spiel on the game. But basically, it's, you know, the game's a web page. Obviously, it's a web browser game, right? So basically, all the graphics and everything are drawn on a HTML canvas. And I'm using the canvas 2D context to kind of, I have my own kind of engine wrapped around basically that, using that for rendering. So, yeah, I have my kind of own little event-driven JavaScript engine for kind of basically objects kind of intercommunicate to each other through events, through firing different events off and everything. It's a good enough architecture kind of for this kind of game, maybe for like a bigger scale game where there's a lot more different possible things going on, you know, that might not work so well. But for this kind of game where basically you just have a few things kind of happening at once, it kind of works out well. And again, yeah, it's pretty much all JavaScript. It's all vanilla JS, no fancy libraries or frameworks or anything. And the server side is all Node. I'm using Node.js for the server. And I'm using a WebSockets package. That's how the client and the server communicate, all over WebSockets, which works out pretty nicely. So yeah, that is pretty much it. All right. Okay. Yeah, all right. So, yeah, I'm having trouble kind of refactoring this stuff right now. And I'm kind of, as I get further, then I realize, like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have done this, or maybe I shouldn't have done that. It's just all getting kind of nasty. But nav meter length ratio. Actually, this, I think this is going to be the good thing to do here. All right, so this is unfortunately this hasn't been a super exciting stream because I've been just kind of having to dive into this, and like all my brain power has been going to this. My typical kind of streaming styles, I like to kind of explain things as I go, and usually, you know, because it's a game, I'm kind of making a change, and you can see the change pretty much right away. But what I'm doing right now is just kind of this nasty, we're getting the shovel out, scooping deep poop here, and there's not a lot to actually look at for what I'm doing, so it's kind of a not super exciting stream thing. But nonetheless, I really appreciate you guys hanging out, watching, asking questions, everything, yada yada yada. All right, so I'm trying to calculate the length of, and the reason why I say length of this is because sometimes it's the height, sometimes it's the width. When you're in portrait mode, this is the width. It's wide. When you're in landscape mode, it's this way. So that's why I'm calling it the length, because I don't know what, you know, I can't call it the height or the width, because sometimes it's the height, but when it's on its side, it's the width. So I'm calling it the length. So I'm trying to calculate the length of this, or at least the ratio of the length to the relative size. So like when we're in portrait mode, things resize based upon the width of the screen. They don't resize based upon the height of the screen. See, they just change. They don't change size at all. They change position, but not size. But when I change this, they change. When I change the width of the screen, they change size. But when we're in landscape mode, the opposite happens. So I change the width, but just the positions change. When I change the height, the sizes change. So I want to calculate this out as like a percentage ratio from the width of the screen or the height of the screen, I think. Nav, but we can't. See, the problem is, how does that work? All right, so I'm looking at my old resizing logic here, or the logic I'm trying to hopefully replace. And I'm just doing this simple, okay, nav bubble props for each prop dim. Yeah, we just scale that based upon the screen size. But prop.dim ratio, okay, where's prop.dim ratio? Okay, we do some stuff. Orient the dim values, the dimension value. And then finally set the first unpopped and invisible. Oh, so then we push on that last guy there. You know what? I kind of almost want to just get rid of... I kind of just want to undo this. Yeah, I think I'm just going to undo it. Yep. We're getting rid of it. All right. We're going back to what we were doing before, because there's just too many like little caveats, I think. There is one thing that we can do. We do get one good thing out of this, I think. Have any other game... If any other games to try out, just curious. Oh, VJan. I was just... Not that long ago, I was just raving about... I picked up... I'm a big first-person shooter, first-person game. You know, like I like... Not necessarily a shooter, but I like first-person puzzle games. I'm a fan of the first-person perspective, right, for games. I like the immersion you get. But I picked up Teardown the other day. couple days ago, because I got some Steam gift cards for my birthday, which was about a month ago. And I picked up Teardown, and it's awesome. I love it. So it's the game's like the whole game world's made up out of voxels, everything, right? These little voxels, like they're probably, it looks kind of like Minecrafty, but where Minecraft feels maybe like every block is like a foot by a foot maybe, or a couple feet by a feet, relative to your person's size. These all look like maybe this size, voxels. But the whole world is made up of these little, voxels everywhere. And the entire world's destructible. So there's kind of a campaign game where you go around and you destroy, you're supposed to pull these like heists. So like, it's kind of this, you go to like this factory, and then you're supposed to like steal a computer from one office and steal another computer that's in another office, and then a third computer that's somewhere else in another building. And once you like take the first computer, you got 60 seconds, but an alarm goes off before you got to get the other computers and then get to your vehicle. So you kind of try to set up this path beforehand. You like destroy walls and like try to clear out this path for yourself so you can quickly grab the one, then get the other one, then get the other one. And you got all these tools like you get guns and stuff too, which is kind of ridiculous, but it's fun to like shoot. Then you get a shotgun and you blow big holes in the wall and stuff. And you get like pipe bombs and everything. You blow up all this stuff. But then there's the missions, like the campaign mode, but then there's also just like a sandbox mode. And I was doing the sandbox mode for like an hour or two last night, and it was just so much fun because like stuff catches on fire too. Wood burns. So like and grass burns. So like you drop a pipe bomb or something next to a wooden building, and part of it'll catch on fire and it'll continue to burn. And like the whole you can just completely demolish like entire buildings. Like it's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. I really like it. And the graphics look really good too. It's probably a little bit of a strenuous game to run, I would imagine. I got a pretty beefy computer, so, and I was able to bring the game down to like 20 something frames per second. With ridiculous destruction. With ridiculous amounts of destruction. And I can understand why the computer is chugging that hard to do that. But nonetheless, the game is awesome. I love it. It's worth checking out if you're into. I mean, it's more of. I mean, it's a sandboxy game, obviously, but it's kind of geared, like the campaign thing is a little more kind of puzzle strategy kind of game, and I really like games like that. So it's kind of like this awesome combination of like free sandbox and also like just open. It's not open world, but just kind of like open environment sandbox plus like puzzle, so like there's a million solutions to figure out how to solve this thing, but it's not just like this discrete kind of puzzle game where you push this switch and open this door and you got to push all the switches in the right order to get out, not that kind of puzzle game, but like just this open-ended, like, destroy stuff and then to kind of clear your own path to figure out and build the most efficient path. But yeah, Teardown, it's awesome. All right, yeah, I don't know what's. So I'm probably going to play some more Teardown tonight. I don't stream. I've never actually streamed a game. I just stream working on my own game. So I've never actually streamed any gameplay playing other games myself. So I don't know if I ever will. Maybe we will. I don't know. But, okay. So, all right. I don't want this browser open anymore. All right, so we're undoing a bunch of the stuff we did. Like, I hate to say it, but I feel like that's just what we're going to have to do. Now, there is one thing we are changing. Uh-oh, what happened to all my variable declarations for these? Where were all the variable declarations? Did I blow all of those away? I might have blown all those away on accident. Oh, here we go. These are supposed to be up here, right? Yeah, okay. Somehow this line got moved below. There we go. All right, so now I'm just going to get rid of this. All right, so we failed. I straight up failed at my task, but we're going to keep pushing along here. F Society, good to see you. Welcome back. How's the road to recovery? F Society, I know you had a nasty accident. Hope you're feeling better. All right, screen dim, screen half dim, dim prop, okay. We got our variables back. Now, there's some stuff we can get rid of. Let R ratio, bubble R ratio, screen dim. Okay, yeah, we can get rid of... Do we use screen dim somewhere else? Yes, we do. Yeah, we can't... Bubble, landscape, R, ratios. Each of these is 7 times. Dim ratio, R ratio. Okay. Wait a minute. Oh, then we shrink it. Yes. Okay. Great. Thanks. All right. Nice, nice, nice. What are you working on? We're still working on Populus. That's pretty much all I've ever been working on. The Misco is now following. The Misco. Thanks for the follow. I really appreciate that. I really do. We were working on getting stuff resizing, or more like portrait mode kind of stuff, F Society. I should not necessarily say resizing, but I'm trying to get the... basically, if you were to play this on mobile, I want it to be a little bit better of an experience. So I'm trying to make things kind of fill out and kind of take up a bigger space in portrait mode like this. And at the moment, I'm just kind of refactoring some stuff. So it's a little not super nice exactly what we're doing. And it's kind of, I feel like probably boring for people, but... yeah, like right now, this thing, you know, our little nav meter here, that flips on its side, right? Whoops. Once we go up here, which is great. Our timer bar is gone, which is a problem, but this thing is now on its side, which is good. And I feel like I still have a little bit of a problem. Yeah, we still have some, this needs to be bigger, I think. You know, and like we got to get to the part where our timer, our little hourglass timer bar here, I call it the hourglass because, you know, I like to be fancy that way. No, actually, I call it hourglass for the code because I have a timer object in my engine, and I don't want to call this like the in-game timer or something. You know, that'd be weird. So I just call it the hourglass. That works out nicely, doesn't it? So this little guy here has got to move down to the bottom when we go to portrait mode too. Like that, you know, kind of flip that way. Nice. All right. Well, the Misco followed. You know, we got some people hanging out. I'll give a little demo of the game just real quick here. So what are we working on, everybody? We're working on my game. It's called Populus. I'll introduce myself. My name's Jared, a.k.a. Duranosaur, a.k.a. thinking about changing my name to Durana, maybe. Just because Duranosaur, I don't know, it just sounds a little funky. That name's been around for 1 million years now. I've had it for a long time. But yeah, we're working on my game, Populus. It has nothing to do with my name, but threw it down there in the chat. You can play it right now, populus.gg. I got it open right here. It's a game where you pop bubbles. And we got a little leaderboard here so you can see, you know, kind of the top record of numbers pop. Blah, blah, blah. Don't know what I was trying to say there. But basically, it's a game where you can play one-on-one. I just joined a one-on-one game here with someone, and they're kind of not doing anything at the moment, but that's okay. So you got 30 seconds to pop as many bubbles as you can. So you're always going to pop the bubble that matches the color in this position here. So that's this bubble here. So you hover your mouse over it and you left click or you hit the space bar. And you just let her rip. And you just see how many bubbles you can pop in 30 seconds. And you can see that my opponent, that means they're ahead of me there. So the little red dot's moving. So then after the 30 seconds is up, you see your stats. So my stats are in blue. Your own stats are always going to be in blue. Your opponent's stats are going to be in red. So I got 15 bubbles. My opponent got 26. And you see the number of mistakes and like pops per second, stuff like that. Don't you dare change the name. Neris doesn't want me to change it. All right. Just for you, Neris, I won't. So anyway, that's pretty much the game. Yeah, I mean, so whoever I'm playing here is not playing. There they go. There they go. They're taking off a little bit. So the red dot is kind of if it's this way, it means the opponent's ahead of you, right? So every time it moves, that means they popped one bubble. So like as I'm popping bubbles, I'm moving the red dot back, if that makes sense. Nice, nice. There you go. I'll do another one-on-one with somebody. Think that was me playing? Nice, Vijan. Nice. But yeah, I do have a Discord. I do have a Discord if anyone's interested. The Nightbot pops that down there every 15 minutes or so. But if anyone's interested, you can join the Discord. You don't have to, but you can if you so desire. And then on the Discord, there's a Populus section, and there is a high scores channel. If you do join the Discord, you can check out that high scores channel, and you will see Truyaksky's 155 pops per second, or pops in 30 seconds, not pops per second. That'd be a little outrageous. 155 pops in 30 seconds. It's crazy. It's crazy. And somebody is up here with 146, which I assume is Truyaksky. He didn't show up in the chat at all today. So I assume that's Truyaksky hitting the 146 today. This popped up at some point. I hit the 118 up here at some point last week. But basically, the leaderboard just shows the top 10 right now. But the leaderboard's pretty volatile. Like, I'll blow it away every so often. If I reboot the server or whatever, it's just gone. Like, it's just in memory on the server. It's not in a database or anything like that. So, yeah, that's pretty much it. There we go. All right, hang on. I got to take a quick bathroom break here. We'll be right back in a few seconds. 2 seconds, maybe. 2 or 3 seconds. Ooh, wow, we are back. All right. So, whoa, I missed a chat there. ACR. Sarasietti. Hey, be careful with the null pointer exceptions. Nice. Wink face. ACR, thanks for hanging out. Sorry, I missed that chat. Apologies there. I'm usually really good about catching every single chat message that comes through. So ACR, if you're still out there, I'm sorry. But I like that little null pointer thing there. All right. So again, we're working on some boring stuff right now. Kind of just getting this to work on mobile a little nicer is kind of my goal right now. So basically kind of having the game look a certain way in portrait mode. It's kind of what I'm doing right now. And that's a little zoomed in too much there. Well, why am I doing this now? Why? Oh, that's right. Now I remember why we were doing this all in the first place. Okay. Okay, we do need to continue with this one part. Okay, we do need to continue with just this one part here. Okay. How do we do this? Oh, well, we're going to get rid of, okay. All right. Okay. Now bubble props at 4 each. All right. So for each bubble prop, we do that, but we're going to pull the dim ratio out of that array. You know what? That might be all we need to do. Yes, sir. That might be all we need to do. Okay. All right, hang on. Well, again, what is the exact problem here? I think the problem is if we start in portrait mode, these are bigger, and then they're really big here. Okay, that's the problem, because basically the radii of these is set up with a multiplier, and that multiplier is different whether you're in portrait mode or landscape mode. And the problem is whichever one gets set, that whatever multiplier is used initially is set at the time of the game. So now, like, these ones are too big. But if we go the other way, if we start in landscape mode, then we go to portrait mode, they're going to be too small. So I'm going to have it dynamically read the multiplier is kind of the idea. It'll be smart. All right. So if I was smart, I don't know where I was going to go with that. Prop, okay. Yeah, so that, well, no, this one here. This is where we need, and so instead of storing this R ratio, we need to actually just pull the new one. We need to know we're pulling the correct one. So I think we're going to do R ratios, and then we're going to set that to R ratios. And that's going to be equal to config.navmeter dot Whew. Sorry, that was violent. Okay, so then this one's going to be bubble portrait. Oh, okay. Okay. So then instead, okay, so we're going to need to do a little for each and pull the index in too. And then our ratios. Yes, right? Right? Yeah, I'm right. And then we're going to pull our ratios I and then multiply that. So that's our ratio. And we're going to do our ratios I. Yes, that's good. All right, so now, actually, I think we've solved that problem. And we can kind of solve the problem a little nicer if we do that here as well. Okay, well, this isn't a thing. So we're going to loop for the nav meter bubble count, which isn't a thing anymore. Bubble R ratio times screen dim. That's the actual R. Okay, so nav bubbles I. Add in the line spacing as well. Orient the dim values. Is there a term in programming for programmers? Is there like a mental or programming / psychology where you like, you go in, like you go in, you solve the problem one way, and then you might come back later and then you say, that was dumb. I should do it this way. So you try to start solving it that way, but then you go, oh, actually there's some caveats here. And you switch back and say, all right, I'm just going to, the original way was the better way. And then you go back to doing something with the original way, and then you're like, oh, it'd be better if I did it this other way. And you keep bouncing back and forth. Like, what is that? What is that? What is that called? Because it happens to me a lot. And what the problem I think is it's like it has to do with the way our brains work and like abstracting the programming problems that we're working on. Because like when we abstract them out, the first solution might have been the correct one. Then the second solution in our minds is like the more beautiful abstracted solution. At least that's kind of the way, or the more like simpler, like in our minds, the simpler way. But then that's not always the right way. I don't know. Because it's like once you then dive back in and look at the actual implementation, then you're like, okay, I was actually crazy to think that this could be simpler. Maybe that, I don't know. I don't know why, but a weird glitch keeps coming up every game. Yeah. Go ahead and share that, VJan, if you don't mind. I'd appreciate that. What in the world? I'll respond to Pink Chair's thing there. VJan, thanks for sharing. That happens every time. That looks kind of cool. Division by 0, but total time is 0. Did you see the thing there, Neris? So here's the here's what VGen is sharing. That's really weird because it's like there's some sort of cyan, blue, something going on. Some of these things look green. It actually looks kind of cool, whatever it is. Oh, I looked at the wrong one. Oh, I know what you're talking about, Neris. Yeah, the division by 0 thing. I couldn't figure out what that was either. Some people had that happen, and I don't know exactly what the cause of that was. Because, yeah, it would print not a number or infinity or whatever. This is an interesting one. VGen, do you have any like weird things installed? I don't know. I'm trying to just think of like what. Are you using Chrome? Google Chrome, using an updated version of Google Chrome. At what point in time did this happen? Yes, Chrome. Like, did the timer run out here? Is this like at the last second after the time expired? Or is this blue have something to do with the timer? It's almost as if like we're drawing a line and then shading in the region. But I don't get how we'd get all these. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Because like there's a bunch of stuff. It's all like, it's like we're all drawing lines from a certain point to a certain point. And like a bunch of stuff happens around the radius of this circle, which is really bizarre. Like there's nothing. Like it's almost like a canvas rendering bug or something. Like it's thinking, because like what on earth would I be doing? I'm not doing anything that says do this along the point. Oh, wait a minute though. Yeah, like maybe if there was like some sort of drawing order or something that got out of whack. Like we do a path. We do a. How often? It's only when I go to multiplayer and click practice while I wait. And no, it's around like late mid game. Do you mind opening up your Chrome console, VGen, and showing that? The Chrome console is this bad boy here. If you hit F12, normal practice, I didn't see it yet. Okay. Yeah, so like if you could open up, the page and then hit F12 to open up the console. And then it should be default to the console tab here because there'll be other things like elements, sources, whatever. So if it's on the console tab, like it should print some stuff here. If there's some weird like crash or something, we should see something here. So if you want to let me know if you see anything in here, any red things, like this one here that shows a bunch of red things. I mean, it's possible it's not having any errors of any kind. Like I mean. There's nothing, to my knowledge, that would cause any sort of error. This is pretty cool. I appreciate you taking a look for me, VJ. You don't have to if you don't want to, but I appreciate you sharing this with me and letting me know. Okay, and the text is gone. The text, you got the in-game, you're at the in-game, whatchamacallit here. And that's obviously broken there. You're making you made a mistake, or that was the mouse cursor going out and showing our cursor crash indicator. Yeah, it looks pretty cool, whatever it is. Yeah, and like the gradient stuff is what really confuses me. So that's what makes me think like it really is some sort of like rendering bug. Like this thing, like the renderer is like kind of stuck. Like, oh, I'm going to shade some pixels here, and there's like some alpha, and it's like, oh, I'm going to shade here, shade here, shade here. Because like these ones have some sort of alpha attached to them. These blue ones at the end, like, are really low. Control-Shift-J opens the console always. Oh, nice. Thanks, Neris. Some green. Yeah, there's like some green here. And we got some sort of combination of green and blue together. And this is not... You see like mid-game. So like all our blue color here is gone. The bubbles are gone or drawn on... You can kind of see a bubble right there. Am I right? Yeah, you can see like a radius there a little bit. So you can see like it's underneath whatever's drawing on top here. IDKY, but it won't show up now. Gotta love it. Well, yeah, and it's like we got some, there's like some nasty aliasing too, which is weird. Let me just do like a really high level Google search here. Chrome HTML canvas draws crazy colors. Let's just see if there's like wrong, no. Weird streaks, no. I'm like just trying to think of like what. And this blue color isn't really the blue in here, is it? That's this blue. It's the same as that blue. It kind of is. But there's like some alpha on it somehow, so that it gets like darker with the overlapping parts. But then there's some sort of green mixed in. But like, does that have... And things are at 0. These things are like all at 0. So they're at Y, 0, X, something. Like you can kind of tell they're all... the triangles here are like all... So I'm trying to think about like if anything got all... Something got screwed up or what. Wow. Anyway. It looks cool. So thanks for sharing, VJan. Yeah, if you find anything else out, let me know. Yeah, I can't really think of what that would be. You weren't screwing around with the script at all or anything like that? I assume not, because you kind of, I mean, unless you aren't telling me that's what you were doing. Yeah, that's very bizarre. If we do, oh boy. No, just normal game. All right. Yeah, I mean, all right, I'm just doing... a normal game now, or a practice while I wait game. Oh boy. Man, I was doing really well there for a second. I'm just testing exactly what you were saying, VJan. Nothing. All right. Oh, I've got my 300 second timer on. I was going to say, why does this game keep going on? That's right. For testing. Oh, yeah. We're going to need to figure out this bad boy and everything now. Forgot about that. All right. So, anyway, back to whatever it was that we were doing. All right, we don't really need to do this whole... We don't need to do this shrink radius thing anymore. Next R times config.navigator.bubble radius shrink rate. Next R equals R times... Yeah. Dim plus equals R plus nav bubble spacing plus next R. Yeesh. This is crazy. Okay, maybe what we could do is we come in here, or what happens if I were to refresh right now? Let's refresh, see where we're at. Okay, I've got problems. Bubble R ratios is not defined, nav meter 155. Bubble R ratios. Oh, this one, R ratio. All right, so maybe we could do, okay, so I could comment this out. We could comment this out. Then for this, we can say the size is going to be bubble R ratios I times screen dim. Okay, so that gives us our pixel ratio for that given thing. That's perfect. And then the position, okay, dim. Okay, that's fine. Okay. So far, I think I'm good here. Nav meter length. Okay, the length of the thing. The length is incrementing. 2 times R. Why don't we just... Okay. Okay, the first position. Man, this is... boggling my mind. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. This has just been an awful, boring stream. It's taking all my brain power to think about what I'm doing here. Okay, so dim. How can we increment that? We can do this same thing. Start with it at the radius. Oh, but we don't have the radius yet. We could let dim R equals next. Okay, so R is always going to be this thing now. And dim is always going to be equal to R. Const next R equals R times config.navmeter.bubble radius shrink rate. So this just straight up goes away. This gets replaced with this. With instead of R, it's going to be navbubbles i.size.r. The dim R plus navbubble spacing. Oh boy. Oh no, did I get rid of that? Uh-oh. I forgot about that. All right, navbubble spacing. Or const navbubble spacing equals config.navmeter dot bubble ratio spacing times screen dim. All right, so that should be back. There was another variable that I got rid of, I think. Great. Okay, navbubbles is up here. That's right. Oh, wait, not navbubbles. It's the navbubble props. Yes, that was the other one. Okay, const nav bubble props equals an array. I think that's all we needed. We just had those two things. And nav meter length. Is that the other one? That might be a third one yet here. Yes, it was. Let nav meter length. Or let nav. I literally just said let nav meter length, and then I proceeded to type const nav meter length equals 0. Start her off at 0. Okay. So we started off at 0, right? Because then it gets, here it increments by that radius, yes, times 2. So the diameter of that first bubble, then the spacing. Increment dim. We could just make dim 0. We could just say let dim equal 0. And then we could say dim equals dim plus R, maybe? Yeah. Or dim plus this one here, the radius. Dim plus the radius. And then we could increment dim by the nav bubble spacing. I think that's all we would need to do, in theory. And then the R ratio, we don't need that anymore. And we don't need next R anymore. I think we got it. And then we add in the bubble spacing later. Plus next R. Okay. Let's see if we got something here. Nope. R ratio is not defined. Nav meter JS 170. Okay, yeah. So instead of R ratio, actually we're going to get rid of this. I'm not going to use this anymore. Didn't I get rid of this already up here? Oh yeah, I did. Oh wait a minute, that's not right. Okay. Prop.R ratio times that ratio. That's not right. Yeah, it's R ratios I times screen dim. That's what it is. Okay, so there we should be good for that. Okay, so then we could just straight up get rid of R ratio from this. Let's look at R ratio. Nav meter, there's 2 R ratios mentioned in all of the code, and the 2 are commented out. Beautiful. Let's try it now. Reference error R is not defined. Yeah, that's right. That's right. We use it down here. Wait, was it 193? Oh yeah. Okay, so we should be getting close. We're getting close. We're at least making it to line 193 now. We've gotten past all of this, the loops and everything. Yeah, all of these variables are all like stuff that's dim offset, nav meter dim offset, dim offset. Yeah. All right. R just now needs to be nav bubble props dot push. Okay, that just needs to be bubble ratios. This is going to be always the last one. Bubble ratios, or wait a minute, R is going to equal bubble ratios dot length minus 1 times screen dim. And let's see where we're at. Practice. Okay. No crashing, but that stuff's all screwed up, obviously. Oh boy, we got some overlapping issues there. That was really weird. Why did we have a z-index issue there for a second? Am I right? We had some sort of... One of those overlapped the other. It was very bizarre. All right. Okay. Finally set the first unpopped and invisible bubble props. What's the only problem here? The ratios or the radii of these are fine. It's the positions. So it's the dim is not working. Nav bubble spacing is the correct thing. Okay. Add in the spacing as well. Oh. The bubble count thing. Config.navmeter dot. Oh, wait a minute. Bubble R ratios -1. Dot length. -1. Bubble R ratios dot length -1. Oh boy. There we go. Whoops. And that reminds me. For each nav bubble. Resize an nav. Okay. Wait a minute. What is this? Oh, we got 3 bubbles. Take 2 minus, yeah. Bubble count. All right. That's good. That's good. Well, let's try this now. Whoops. Let's see if we have that alpha problem again. There's one. Just keep popping and see what happens. If we get the alpha problem again. Or the, not alpha, I keep saying alpha, but I mean Z index. The Z index. I haven't seen it again. It's just like that one. Look at this. Fine. Fine, 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 fine. Then there's one that is in the wrong, has the wrong Z index. It's like when we hit a certain number, we get the wrong Z index. That doesn't make any sense. Whoops. Not like it necessarily matters, but it's very bizarre that just one of those comes out wrong. All right. So dim. Okay, so here we start dim at 0. Dim equals our new radius. And then oh, okay. I think I'm missing this part. We need to do another radius. No, that's not going to work. Homeless. What's going on, homeless? Can we make money selling domain names? It's a good question, homeless. Well, I think if you're selling, by selling domain names, that kind of implies that you're buying domain names and then maybe common domain names and then forcing people to who want them to pay more money for them. I think that's kind of a dirty practice. Because I'm pretty sure that if you look at certain domains on like GoDaddy or something like that, a common you do common kind of DNS lookups. You come back and check a little later, and then somebody will have bought that one that you were looking up. So it's almost like people are like out there sniffing, people searching for domains, trying to buy them up, and then trying to get you to pay more to buy them back or something. People buy the domains and just park them or something. I don't know. I mean, that sounds like a shady practice to me, like buying a domain name and then selling it for more money. But I guess people could make money doing that. I'm sure people do. All right. Okay. Yes, it's a dirty business, but how can we make money? I want to make money to buy a car and rent a home. Nice. I like where your head's at, homeless. I like it. Woo! All right. Let's just take a moment of silence here. Just hope that the answer seeps in to our brain. It didn't. All right. I was really hoping to get rid of these stupid little variables that we're passing around, but the dim equals calculate relative dim positions first. All right, we start at 0, then we do dim plus, but we're not incrementing the dim. That's the problem. I'm trying to avoid. All right, hang on. I'm dim. Invis dim plus. Buy it and sell it for more than it should be. The domain names. What else? When you, well, the thing, I mean, not trying to, I mean, not trying to promote dirty practices, but if you buy a domain name and then depending on what registrar or whatever you used to buy the domain name with, if someone else uses that same registrar to search for that domain name, they might just put it in a place. They might just have it so that if you just have the domain name but it's parked maybe and somebody searched for it, they've got the ability to like buy it back or something like that, and then you get an offer to sell it or something like that. Flurp, thanks for the raid. Man, nasty raid coming in. Oh, and Retromo appeared from that. All right. I like it. Evan, what's going on? Flurp, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Yeah, Flurp, I think you gave me a follow the other day. I guess I didn't know you streamed. I don't know. Yeah, I guess I didn't. Tabular Elf, thanks for the follow. Tab, I really appreciate it. I don't normally watch dev streams, but Flurp said your stream is good. Oh. Yeah, thanks, Retromo. Another follow. Why not? I appreciate it, Tabular Elf. Really do. Yeah, this is Tyrannosaur. He has the same hair as me. Nice. Wait, seriously? Does Flurp have long hair? Or is there just some shenanigans going on that I don't really know? Well, for Flurp's crew, I'll give my demonstration of the game here. Well, welcome everyone. She is lying. All right. Thanks for clearing that up, Evan. I'm all right. Okay, for Flurp's crew that's coming to hang out, that's coming over in the raid. What are we working on? Well, my name's Tyrannosaur. It's kind of a ridiculous name, I know. My name's Jared. My real name's Jared, so you can call me either. But I'm working on a game. It's a crappy game. My stream is so delayed. Yeah, I have the Evan hair. Oh, yeah. Okay, I got you, Flurp. The Evan hair. Nice. Okay. What was I talking about? my game here. I threw it down there in the chat. It's called Populus. Populus.gg. You can play it. Links down there in the chat, courtesy of Nightbot. And what is the game? Well, it's a game where you pop bubbles. You just try to pop as many bubbles as fast as you can. Beckhitty, good job. Thanks, Beckhitty. Beckhitty, there's an emote for that now. An emote. An emote. Emote. Beckhitty's my wife. She likes to say good job. I actually created a good job emote just because I couldn't think of anything else to come up with. I mean, my other emote's a toilet. You know, what are you going to get? Or what do you expect? That's what I meant to say. So anyway, my game is called Populus. It's a game where you pop bubbles. We got a leaderboard here of the world record bubble poppers right now. So basically, you got play and practice. Play is a one-on-one mode where you're racing head-to-head against another person, another human being somewhere else in the world, to pop the same bubbles. Practice is just solo, just one. So if you hit play, if someone else were to hit play, we would join into a match together. So I don't know if anyone's there. There we go. We got an opponent. 3, 2, 1. All right. So got a timer bar here ticking down 30 seconds. I can see my opponent is active right there. They're flying ahead. That's the little red dot. Basically, you got your bubbles here, and you're trying to pop the bubble that matches this color in the top corner here, the green. So you mouse over it, hover your mouse over it, left click, or hit the space bar. I prefer the space bar. You hit it, and you just keep going. You just you let her rip. You just pop as many bubbles as you can. Don't worry, I'm the second fastest Populus player in the world, so if it seems like I'm moving fast. And then at the end of the game, you see your stats. Man, I got smoked. Got smoked there. So I had 23. My stats are the blue. Your stats are always blue, and your opponents are always red. So my opponent got 61 pops. Not bad. I like it. And you see the number of mistakes you made. That's, if you miss or go out of bounds or whatever. Yeah, so that's pretty much the game. That is pretty much the game. Nice. Throwing the snoots. All right. Well, yeah, welcome everyone. Kami 3CT4BOYJ. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Appreciate the snoots. Frulu. Good to see you, Frulu. As always. So Flurp, how was the stream? You're a dev of some kind, Flurp, I guess. I'm pretty sure I've seen you around on hanging out on Retro stream for sure. Well, hang on, never mind. Flurp streamed programming Retro MMO. Nice. Your game is fun. Played it a couple of times. Oh, thanks, Kami. Logtails. It's a nice name. I appreciate the follow, Logtails. Thank you. I'm not a dev. I just played House Flipper. Sweet. Ignore Evan. Nice. House Flipper, is that game where you go, it's like that sim game where you like kind of fix up the house and everything and like all sorts of stuff like that. I painted houses and they watched me for some reason. Oh, I gotcha. Hey, that's how I feel every single stream. I never know what I'm doing. But no, I appreciate you guys hanging out. I really do. Thank you so much. Is my webcam getting a little, come on. Get that nice palm zoom there. Looks a little fuzzy to me, but I don't know. It might catch up. It might catch up at some point. I like how Flurp has bad delay, so it takes like 10 seconds for my trolls to get debunked. Nice. Take advantage of it, Evan. You already are, I guess. I don't need to tell you. All right. So, unfortunately today, I'm working on some really boring stuff. trying to get, well, now this stuff's all kind of screwed up. You can kind of obviously see that this is all screwed up compared to what it should look like. Our little navigation meter here, the bubbles that were supposed to pop, right? The bubbles, the thing that we look at to tell us what bubbles we're supposed to pop, right? This thing here. You can tell, obviously, that's not right. But what I'm doing right now is I'm working on kind of a portrait mode, trying to make this somewhat playable on mobile. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. And I'm trying to figure out, oh, actually, I know why these are wrong. You know, for instance, right now, there's not really any good portrait mode support at all with the live site. So here I'm back on populus.gg, the live site. And yeah, there's nothing. You know, the screen resizes and stuff, which is nice, but if you were to pull this up on a phone, good luck playing. So I've kind of got that. This is my development version now. I kind of got that, you know, somewhat figured out now. Works somewhat all right. And I have basically our little boundary circle here fill out to the width of the screen. Fill out completely the width of the screen when you go to portrait mode. Gives you a little more room for your thumbs, you know, on a phone screen. That's kind of my idea right now. And this is just supposed to be kind of a really rough, you know, testing phase for mobile right now. It's kind of the idea. Oh, this kind of gives you a little 3D look, doesn't it? Look at this. Oh, ignore that. Ignore the bad Z index there. Tommy, appreciate the follow. I really do. I really do. Thank you. Ignore that bad Z index there. But now look at it. Look at this. It's almost, we've got some 3D going here. Look at that. It's coming towards me. Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah, look at that. That's cool. Got a little perspective going. I thought I already was. No worries. No worries. It's like a hot summer day today. It is, Groupith, indeed. It is indeed, Groupith. My fellow Wisconsinite. Wisconsin, USA. Baby. Yeah, Groupith. I'm registering. What am I registering now? 35 degrees Fahrenheit. I love it. My driveway is, I can see concrete. I can see concrete. Yes, I'm loving it. Yes, I live in Wisconsin. So does Groupith. There's a lot of snow. In fact, there was some more snow last night. But it's warm. We're a few degrees above freezing right now. And it's sunny outside right now. It's glorious. Spring is almost in the air. Groupith, thanks for hanging out. Good to see you. How goes the, I heard later, 40s later in the week. Nice, nice, nice. I hope so. So, yeah, Groupith, how are the projects? You were doing the to-dos app and everything. How's that stuff going? Whew. All right, so yeah, I'm sorry guys. This has been just an awful boring stream today. Cuz I'm refactoring some stuff. Not fun. Well, it's kind of fun. I don't know. It was fun, then I ended up not being able to do the thing I wanted, so it's kind of not fun now. I don't know. It's just, see all this commented out stuff, like it's all like code that's commented out that, you know, because I'm like changing things and like trying to say, yeah, does this work? Yeah, let's fit this thing here. You know, it's all kind of a train wreck right now. And I'm trying to, you know what? Let's just do this. All right, dim 0. We're going to do dim 0. I don't even know what dim is the Y position. Well, the position of the bubble along whichever axes. Currently making a new portfolio site so I can showcase what I've been working on to friends and family. Sweet. Cool stuff, Groupith. Sounds pretty good. Yeah, you're moving along nicely, I would say, Groupith. I know you said the other day you felt like you're behind, but you're I think you're moving along pretty well. I mean, you were just scratching JavaScript surface, you know, a couple months ago, and you're already working on now a portfolio site and everything. That's cool. All right. This thing. Yeah, my next big project I want to do is Weather API to get familiar with APIs. Nice. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, once you get comfortable doing stuff like that, yeah, you'll see there's a lot of cool public stuff out there. Thanks for the kind words. Feel like I'm starting from the beginning every single day. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, it's gonna. Well, I don't know. That's kind of a good thing though, because well, I don't know, practice, just getting familiar, just doing things, just as long as you just keep writing code, it's gonna get, you're gonna lock it down in your head pretty well, and it'll be like just writing plain English, you know, like it'll feel like that for the most part. For certain things, right? I mean, computer programming should not be compared to just writing words necessarily, like on a page. Like the thought, you know, the amount of effort we put into our brains to just like formulate a sentence. Well, it's kind of hard for me, I should say. I'm a little slow. But the amount of effort you put into just spitting out some words in a sentence, you can't quite just do that with computer programming. Obviously, you're thinking about how a computer works. You're thinking about memory. You're thinking about, okay, I got to put this in a variable here. Okay, I'm gonna have to like loop over this and grab each one of these things and do, you know. So it's different, but the speed at which the syntax, the code, it's, you know, what you're trying to do, like that obviously just gets really quick, and you can just you think in your head abstractly, like, all right, I need an array of this thing, and then with some objects here and this, and then it just kind of flies out of your fingers once you figure that part of it out. Yeah, I'm pretty fast when it comes to looking up CSS syntax and implementing that, and I want to get that comfortable with JavaScript. Gotcha. Yeah, learning how to look stuff up, that's obviously a equally important skill for the most part, you know, figuring out how to actually do things. But yeah. Okay, dim. What was the old dim here? Plus this, plus next. Dim plus equals. Man, these chicken or the egg prop, this is so stupid. The thing I'm hung up on right now is so stupid. The good thing we should have right now, though, is that one problem that we were trying to fix 2 hours ago should be fixed. So the sizes of these, if we switch to portrait mode now, well, okay, ignore the positions. Yeah. Okay, the sizes of those is looking better now, I think. Why is this such a pain? Okay, I'm just trying to think of like a not super messy way to do this, but also like all I'm dealing with, just this one little loop here. That's pretty much all I have to deal with. Part of the loop actually part of the loop goes down here, so I do need to be conscientious of that. But the problem is, okay, so it starts at 0. Maybe I could start it at 0. I guess I could do plus equals. This is a little bit, I don't usually like doing like some double assignments on one line here because I feel like I'm gonna like avoid this. But this might be what we need to do because we're doing a dim plus equals and then assigning that there. All right. We're going to see how that works. Fixes our problem, I hope. Yes. Okay. All right. So the one... Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so the problem is the spacing. Why did that work? Wait, why does this work? All right, hang on. Let's start this in portrait mode then. 2, 1. Okay. Now they're too far apart. How long are you streaming for? It's a good question. I might be going another hour or so. Well, maybe. We'll see. Yeah, actually, it might not be a full hour. Okay, BRB making some coffee. Sounds great. Sounds awesome. I could go for some more coffee myself. Although I did already have a second pot. By second pot, I mean like not a full pot. I usually have a pot of regular. By pot, I mean like 8 cups, coffee cups, which is 4 fluid ounces, I think, the American coffee cup size. And then I made another 8. No. I think I only made 6. 6 of just plain decaf. I do like decaf. I try not to have too much coffee, too much caffeinated coffee in a day. Otherwise, I'll get the jitters, especially on stream. Because I usually don't eat as much. I don't really take much of a lunch when I stream. So I might, I'll grab a little snack up there when I take a little break. But I usually don't have like a significant amount of food for a lunch, which is kind of good. I feel like that's kind of good. Helps me cut back on calories, you know. During these winter months in Wisconsin, the calorie intake can go up quite a bit. Okay, so this has been quite, like, this has been super painful. Feels like a whole waste of a day. It's only a Monday today. We will be back tomorrow. I'm not signing off right now, but we do have tomorrow. Because I just have this feeling in my head like, I just spent like all day just like spinning wheels, spinning tires on this. That's how it goes. VJN, how often do you stream like in a week? My schedule is Mondays and Tuesdays. 10 a.m. Central Standard Times when I get started. So, and I usually will stream for like 6.5 or 7 hours. I might actually end this stream a little earlier than 6.5. We might before we get to the 6.5 mark. I don't know. We'll see though. But usually, for sure, those 2 days a week for a good amount of time. 12 to 14 hours or so. Well, maybe more than that, I guess. And sometimes I'll do like a Thursday night stream. I haven't really been doing those. I've been trying to maybe get those. I don't have them like officially on the schedule, but I do stay pretty strictly to the schedule. I only really missed the one day of streaming, which was when Twitch was having some issues and I wasn't able to upload. And they fixed it after a little bit, but I didn't actually end up going back online. So I've only missed like one day since August. So that one Monday, Tuesday in like 6 months, it's not bad. I will, and I probably will keep that up until May when I actually go on like a full week vacation. So, where I will actually not be able to stream. All right, so this whole thing has been very painful. But I have an idea. Do I have an idea? How come it worked before? Now I'm actually kind of confused. Here we go. Now I'm actually kind of confused a bit here. I'm going to close some of these windows here. I'm actually confused a little bit as to why this isn't. Okay, so here it's fine, but then we go portrait. These are too tight. And I must be doing the math wrong. Because there's supposed to be a fixed amount of white space. Like, okay, let's go to portrait. There we go. Okay, that looks like a fixed amount of white space. But then if we go here, everything's screwed up. And now these are like really stretched out. I don't know why that is. Dim ratio, R ratios. Oh, you know what? It is because we're using we're doing the correct sizing now. That's got to be it. Oh, all right. Man, every time I like fix something. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of all the code here that is commented out. We're getting rid of it. We're whacking it. We don't need it anymore. Oh boy. All right, but the problem is nav meter length. Wow. Hey, Vision, are you still around? I was going to say, could you move? You had the weird glitch screenshots there that you posted, and you posted those under the general channel on the Populus section. Could you move those to the bugs and issues channel? If you don't mind. Just because I'd like to keep those around just for reference. And if it's in the general channel, like there's a little more activity in the general channel. So stuff might get kind of buried a little bit. That'd be great. Thanks. Because in that way, I kind of have just all those screenshots of all the bugs and whatever that I need to fix. Done. Cool. Thank you. Thanks for that. I appreciate it. Yeah, and thanks for letting me know about that. Yeah, that's interesting. It looks cool, to be honest. All right. So okay, so what if we did this? What if we did... Well, we need to... Yeah, because, okay, so the problem is, here's the problem. So when we start with the white space between these is good for this start. When we start in landscape mode, they look like this. That's good. But when we go to portrait, the problem is the spacing between these, the bubble sizes themselves change. The bubbles get bigger relative to the amount of distance between themselves, if that makes sense. So then we get they get a little shorter here. It looks a little funky. Like this one's a little shorter, that one there. So that's kind of the problem. And vice versa. Here, now it looks good. Nice even spacing, but then if you go out here, then it looks too big. You get these huge gaps. Yeah, okay. So I don't really want to do this, but actually we might bubble count. That could probably stay. Nav meter length. I'm kind of going back to my original idea. Man, this has been such a mess. Because now we kind of have to. Because we have to recalculate that length and everything again. We just don't really have much of a choice. Yeah, we're gonna bite the bullet and we're gonna do it. That's what we're gonna do. All right, so all of this, screen dim, screen half dim. What do we got? Dim 1 name, dim 2 name, dim pose, screen dim. If prop. Nav bubbles dot for each. Oh, then we rescale each. We scale each prop, then we scale each bubble. Do we do that? Orient the dim values. Group is back. Nice. How's that coffee? Or is it brewing? Okay. Yeah. Okay. This. It's French press. It's always good. Nice. 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 Takes longer to make, but worth it. Yeah, and like, for me, I felt like I never really. I mean, I've always enjoyed French press when I've had it, but for me personally, like, the amount of work that goes into making it just seems. I drink a lot of coffee. Like, I like to drink a lot, so like the French press just always seems to make not so much, you know. So that's always been like kind of the turnoff for me, like. Finally, okay. Calculate the relative dim positions. Start drinking PBR coffee. PBR. Enlighten me, Groupeth. Man. I feel like I'm thinking clearly today, but I feel like my brain is also like somehow shot and just not putting these puzzle pieces together. Okay. Now, this is interesting. Now where, okay, bubbles dot for each. Here we put all the bubbles in with a radius of 0. Const nav, okay, nav bubbles. We set the size and position. Calculate the relative dim positions first. Calculate the diameters of the visible nav bubbles. Orient the dim values. Finally set the first popped and unpopped Invisible bubble props. All right. PBR is a Wisconsin brewery, and they make a coffee beer. LOL. Tastes like iced coffee. Nice. PBR. I got something in my eye here. Don't you hate that? Okay, nav. Okay. Oh, okay. Here's where we do the position for every single bubble. But then here we do for every bubble. Bubble.pose. We set this. And if there's a matching property, then we set that. Ugh. This is terrible. All right, I'm at a point now where I'm like, I really want to just not look at this anymore. For the diameter, okay. 6 hours, yeah, pretty much. And we've pretty much been doing the same thing the whole time. I mean, not exactly the same thing, but I've been looking at the same. This is such a, I've been wasting so much time on this. It's crazy. Can't even do 1 minute yet. You mean like you're working on your stuff right now, Groupith? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, I have a hard time. If I'm programming, I can't really have like talking too much, like things going on in the background. It's pretty hard for me. Okay, we need to recalculate. No, we can't do that. We can't. This thing, okay. Just this thing, just because it's so fancy with its cascade, the sizes are kind of cascading down and getting smaller and looking pretty. This thing is causing me so much turmoil. Spacing these things out, lining them up, getting them centered up on screen. Oh. Tell myself that I should stream web dev stuff, but I just get too nervous. Yeah, I got you, Groupith. Yeah, I mean, I would encourage you to go for it. Yeah, me personally, I feel like working on Populus was kind of a cool thing because I had so much of the code there, so it's hard for anyone to really like comment on what I'm working on exactly because they can't really understand it all because it's too much to just kind of pick up on from what I'm working on in the in the little bit of the stream, right? But so that keeps it like, the one thing I don't like is too many people kind of judging you, like commenting or like saying, oh, you should be doing it that. Why aren't you doing it this way? That's dumb. And when I have like a code base that's complex enough, people can't really even make those comments, which is kind of the nice thing. Because I like to just work, I'm not looking for a ton of extra input. Like I'm working on my own thing. I'm just streaming it and kind of sharing it. But I need to save the day from the garbage that sometimes pollutes science and technology. Yeah. By that, do you mean? I mean, I don't browse the science and technology too much myself. But by that, do you mean people that just kind of sit there and? Oh, in your case, the main reason would be to get help from the chat. I gotcha. Yeah, I mean, that's cool. That's cool. See, because I'm a little bit of the opposite. Honestly, I don't want to be a famous streamer. Oh, yeah, no. I mean, yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, I mean, if you're looking for help, I think that's cool. There's a lot of people that I've seen. I've just browsing, seeing people's titles and stuff. It sounds like they're like learning. If you put in there that you're learning something, I feel like that's probably a good thing. I've done that before when I was doing some C development stuff, C/C++ stuff. Because I was kind of like, learn with me, because I didn't really want people coming in who are, C++, C veterans, and then they're kind of making fun of me for the way I'm doing something, Because I had somebody in the chat who was kind of like, oh, you're doing this? And I was kind of like, yeah, well, I'm just kind of learning, figuring things out. It's not really that big of a deal. And then they were kind of like, oh, okay. Because some people, if you say you're learning, then they kind of go, oh, okay, and then they'll still try to shove some advice down your throat, but into your face. But I don't know. Me personally, I'm kind of more on like I'm working on my own thing. You guys, you can watch. I'm not looking for I'm not looking for feedback or backseater kind of thing. I mean, I might from time to time. I'd say, hey, what do you guys think about this? And some people might offer a suggestion. I might go, that's good, but I'm generally trying to stay away. I don't put the no backseat thing on there, but whatever. One thing I would like is the discipline. Meaning like just the self-discipline, you mean? Or like the accountability of like streaming, and then like just that being like something you do and you focus and you get it done. Yeah, I gotcha. That helps me for sure. Cause, yeah, that part of it is like, cause then I set my schedule and it holds me to actually doing it. Instead of code, take a small break, do something else, then code, then something else. Exactly. Yeah. That's one of the reasons why I kind of did it, was because it's kind of like, oh, I can kind of build a little audience while I make a game and kind of have some people play the game, whatever, and kind of a little marketing thing as I work on games. Plus, it works to get stuff done because I'm sitting here and I'm working on the thing. I mean, I'm interacting with the chat and everything too, which I think is just, that's also a good thing. But you know, vice versa, if I had, you know, was just doing this not with the stream, I'd maybe have a YouTube video going or something, and then, yeah, then you're kind of like not focusing 100%. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, boy, I am starting to really hate this right now. That is what I'm working on. That's what I'm talking about. And I guess the more people enjoy the stream, the more motivated you are to stream. Yeah, I mean, obviously when somebody comes and hangs out, you know, like you're doing right now, you know, like that's encouraging, right? Yeah, I mean, and there's times where like I'll be streaming and the viewer counts at, you know, whatever, and sometimes it makes me like, ah, man, maybe I should just stop streaming, right? But sometimes I'm like, you know, who cares? I'm just keep you know, just keep humming along. I don't know. It's a little bit. Yeah, I mean, it definitely helps. It definitely helps motivate you and get you, you know, and getting people's feedback on the game too, and then having them say like, oh yeah, this is pretty cool, you know, oh yeah, whatever. I mean, I assume if they say it's pretty cool, then they mean it, you know, for the most part. Like, I feel like if you saw the game and you're like, that's kind of boring, you just wouldn't say anything at all, or you just straight up troll or whatever. But I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know exactly where I was going with that. The hardest part is the beginning, explaining everything, doing it to 0 viewers. Yeah, the thing that helped me with that Groupith was, well, for one thing, I do upload all of the streams to YouTube, as ridiculous as that sounds. So I've got literally the full stream archive on YouTube. So my thought, what helped me at first was I said, all right, even if I'm streaming to 0 or 1 or 2 or whatever, you know, you can at least get yourself up to 1 or 2 on your own, which is a good thing, because that's a good thing to do, because that bumps you up above all the other people that are streaming at 0, because like 1 million people stream at 0. So if you can get yourself bumped up just by having 1 or 2 people on the stream, that's always good. But my thought, my mental process with that was like, all right, I'm going to stream like just as if I'm explaining what I'm doing, like as if it's a presentation. That was like my mental thought. And then I never had like this like, should I talk because nobody's listening? And then if somebody joins, are they going to be like, look at this loser, he's talking to nobody? I could always just have that mental like, all right, I'm just like presenting the whole time, because this is going to be a recorded video. So, you know, kind of is a presentation like that. So do you have the viewer count on or off? I always have it on. I can always see it. I don't know. I think it's kind of a good thing. It gives me an indicator of like when I should maybe plug the game a little bit. Like if it kind of spiked a little bit, I would go, oh, maybe I'll talk about the game or show the game, so that people who maybe just hopped in or whatever don't, you know, maybe they kind of, because otherwise some people sit there and say, what are you working on even? Especially on days like this when I'm just literally staring at a nasty loop here, this one little loop for 6 hours. Yeah, I have the viewer count going. I mean, I don't know. Some people turn it off or whatever and don't want to see it. I don't know. I guess it doesn't. Doesn't really bother me too much. Yeah, man. I bet getting raided has to be weird too. Streams just get flooded with people. Yeah, I mean, I've obviously had some, well, not obviously, but I've had some bigger raids with, you know, what was the biggest one? 100 people? I'm not sure what the biggest raid was. I want to say I got hit once with like 100 people. Yeah, and that's pretty it's pretty cool. I mean, you kind of get maybe not used to it, but I don't know, you just get comfortable after so many hours of streaming. You do get comfortable, right? And even if you get raided, you know, if I got all of a sudden got raided by somebody with 80 people, obviously I'd be kind of like, oh, cool. But I don't know, like I guess earlier on it was like more nerve-wracking, but I don't really know. I'm trying to remember what I think Weemy was the first person to raid me, I want to say. You know, raided with, you know, with way more people than I had ever had. So it was like, at that point, so I was kind of like, whoa, all right, cool. Just talk about my game. But Weemy's a developer, so, you know, it was kind of natural, just the conversation when he was in the chat, you know, just saying, oh yeah, I do this and that, and I could explain things and he kind of understood, you know, what was going on. That was why he rated me, because it was a JavaScript game development stream. But if I stream it, it'll probably be around nighttime, usually when there are no good streams on. Do people not do, like, is nighttime not like late night, you're saying, like 9 p.m. plus kind of thing, or like, I don't know. So when I've done Thursday night streams, 10 p.m. to 2. Okay, gotcha. When I've done Thursday night streams, I've gone to like midnight-ish, you know, from maybe 9 p.m. to midnight area. And those, like, a lot of people really hung out. I don't know. It was kind of cool. Although I do get, so typically because I stream during the American workday, I get a lot of European people who are, you know, just getting off work. And then when I streamed like that, those sometimes late Thursday nights, that's Europe morning. So like they're getting up, and like some of the same people that follow me then are like, oh, hey, it's a weird time to stream. So I don't know. That's kind of happened because I've kind of built up a little bit of a European crowd. Like a lot of the people who watch are from Europe who come back, or Wisconsin. That's kind of funny. Yeah, Groupith, you're definitely one of the few Americans, and you're right. You're right from the homeland here. Yeah, I'm off on Tuesdays, Thursdays, so that's how I found you during the day. Gotcha. Nice. Yeah, wow. I feel like giving up. We're coming up on 6 hours, 15 minutes now. Yeah, so my problem right now is I kind of fixed one problem and another problem took its place, basically. Because I kind of need to basically the positions of these relative to one another. Actually, not relative to one another. Relative, somewhat absolutely positions get kind of figured out. or relative to the window size, I should say. And the problem is when you calculate those for landscape mode, and then the bubble radii change when we flip here. So now these are all screwed up because I'm not recalculating those y well, in this case the y positions or the x positions. So it looks fine here, then you go here and it looks bad. And the same thing goes for when you go here, you start in portrait mode, then we calculate these out nicely. And then when you go to landscape, now there's this big gaps. Which is, yeah, not so nice, obviously. I feel like okay, we have the right, you know what, those should kind of be, they should still be bigger. Let's make these a lot bigger real quick. Nav meter. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that's right. I have to change all of these. Man. What a day. What a day. Go relax. Yeah, I maybe should. Because at this point, let me try one thing here real quick. I don't know what I was going to say. At this point, I haven't gotten anything done. That's probably what I was going to say. Yeah, bubble pro. Okay. Let's try something here real quick. Then the nav. Oh, no, wait a minute. That's I plus it's too much. It's too much. I can't do it. All right. Yeah, I think I am going to end the stream here now. This is, oh boy. All right. Well, yeah, we this is terrible. That was a good stream. I mean, we got some good stuff done. I don't really remember what we got done because it had something to do with this stuff, but we uncovered some more problems with, I wanted to be so much further along than this than we are after 6 hours of streaming. You know what? I might actually come back, revisit this tonight, and do a little more before tomorrow's stream. I know that might sound a little crazy. I might play a little some games tonight too, though. Might play some Teardown. I've been raving about Teardown. That's an awesome game. Really is an awesome game. Yeah, so we're getting there. Ugh, the lag on when having the console open is really nasty. It feels a lot better now. Yeah, I mean that's looking pretty good. I mean, good enough, right? I don't, there's like this weird gray area when you're around kind of like square screen where the point where it snaps, it's going to be kind of nasty. But when you go to like a strict, what did we say this was? Like at 940, what did we go? 1070 or 1007. We had a screen, we had a 16:9 of like this, I think, 560. Yeah. This should still be bigger. Why are these? I feel like those are too small. I don't know. Anyway. All right. I think we're gonna end the stream here. I'm gonna just see if anyone is available for rating. Why doesn't it? Here we go. All right, I'm not seeing a whole lot here. Maybe we're not going to raid. And like, only one of my followed channels is online. That's really weird, guys. I have like 1 million followed channels. You'd think one of them would have to be online. Beef Coder. Hey, Beef. Good to see you. Have a nice night. Raid. Yeah, I don't. Let me look a little harder here. Let me look. Oh, I see myself. Well, I'll give my normal little outro while I'm kind of looking for maybe somebody to raid here. Yeah, so thank you guys for watching. Really appreciate it. Jawsbreaker is learning JavaScript. Learning JS, new projects. Nice. All right, that's a good one. I like it, Groupeth. All right. Yeah, I think we'll drop in and say hi to Jawsbreaker. I've never heard of Jawsbreaker. Learning JS, I guess. All right, that sounds pretty cool. So anyway, thank you guys for watching so much. Really appreciate it. Yeah, we'll be back here tomorrow, Tuesday, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. Yeah, so what a day. What a day. All right, now I need to figure out how to raid again. I always forget. Okay, raid. Jawsbreaker. There we go. All right. Wait. Oh, I gotta start raid. Raiding, loading. Thanks for the good advice today. Hey, no, thank you, Groupeth. Appreciate it. Glad I can share some stuff that's going on. All right, we're ready to raid Jawsbreaker. I'm going to click the button. Thank you, guys. We'll see you back here tomorrow, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. Love you guys. Love you all. See you tomorrow.